to offer a human sacrifice to neutralize the rebellion and redeem himself as the Oba. Queen Eden, his wife, offered her life in order to save the Oba and his kingdom. He shunned the divination, saying he cannot sacrifice happiness for happiness. There was no one else around to be used for the sacrifice save for the queen, and she volunteered to be buried alive to restore peace and unity and to help him redeem his authority as king. At this time, Oba Ewakpe could no longer refuse to sacrifice this much cherished and faithful consort. Queen Eden was buried alive somewhere near the present-day Ekioba Oba Market in the central business district of Benin City. Her last wishes were that her grave must be kept clean and neat at all times, and that no one was to tread on her grave. The Oba ruled that anyone who willfully violated her wishes must be immediately made to pay the supreme price. She was sacrificed, and there was a turnaround, and his later reign was peaceful and prosperous. Oba Ewakpe instituted the law of primogeniture that ensured that only the eldest son of any Oba of Benin Kingdom should be crowned the next king. It is only in Benin that one still finds such high regard for the system of Obaship. In 1897, after the invasion, the testament regarding Queen Eden's grave was one of those laws that was irrevocably repealed. A secondary school for girls in Benin is named in her honor, in honor of her memory. The school has produced many virtuous, successful women, most of whom do not know the history behind the name of their alma mater. That all there is to the honor of the memory of the great queen who saved Benin Kingdom from ruin. It is disheartening that not more than that has been done in our honor. The Iloites. They are the wives of the Oba. They were given titles, some representing part of the body of the Oba, and praises. Examples are Eson, Oa, Eri, Egbe, Aro, Obazuaye, Obazua, We. 3. The Okoros. These are the princes and sons of the reigning Oba and past Obas. Presently, sons of the past Obas are still referred to as Okoro, a title they retain forever. The Uwi. They are the princesses and daughters of the reigning Oba and past Oba. Forever, they are addressed as Ubi. The Omada Olwe, Evin Olwe, Ihibierie, the personal maid and attendants of the queen. Omada, singular, Emuada, plural. They are the royal scimitars and sword bearer of the palace, invisible and spirit residents. Ibieruga, they are the Oba personal attendants. Uhoni say, these are the messengers who function as the Custom, practices, and taboo at Egwaobanedo. Prerequisite which qualify one for initiation into Egwaobanedo. He must be of sound mind. He must be free from infectious or contagious disease, any other deadly disease, every criminal record. He must not be a descendant of any of the families classified as Ehian Oba, enemies of the Oba, who are as such forbidden to enter the palace or associate freely with free citizens of the land. It is acceptable that a neutralized Benin, a non-indigene, who has proved himself worthy of honor by being referred to as having some privileges of Benin citizen, and also worthy of a chieftaincy title in Benin from His Majesty the Oba of Benin. Example, a Lagba Etsigie title was given to Chief Francis Okote Ebo, the Omimi Ejo. Chief Michael Ojomo was given Ima title. Etiquette and conventions at Egwaobanedo. While addressing or paying homage to the Oba, certain categories of people must do so on their knees, while others do so laying flat on the floor with their stomach. It is very few people who are permitted to do so standing or sitting. One must be careful to speak in parables and sweet word while addressing the Oba. This required a certain level of poetic skills, and so some people who are renowned to be gifted in the art of poetry are usually selected to be spokesmen of the people who wish to speak to the Oba. It is indeed very dangerous and abominable to transmit the wrong message to His Royal Majesty. The Benin people are renowned for their proverb, and the tradition forbids certain words being spoken in the presence of the Oba of Benin. Examples are: 1. It is out of place to totally unacceptable. It is out of place and totally unacceptable to say, Iriowa, I am going home, when leaving the presence of the Oba. To say so implies that one intends to commit suicide. Should that, however, be the case, the Oba says to the person in question, go and remove your feet from the ground. The right expression when leaving the Oba, therefore, is, I want to visit Ogbe, Ikin Ogbe. If the occasion is in the evening, one will say, Edekare, meaning there are no more days left. 2. In the same vein, it is forbidden the Oba Oamegbeme or Ikianrierae, I am hungry. The acceptable way of indicating to the Oba that one is hungry is to slap one's bellies with the palm by saying, I want to visit Ogbe to regain my strength. Similarly, when a chief expresses similar sentiments to another chief, he says, Asein messenger has arrived. Other taboo in Egwaobanedo. The Benin people place great emphasis on taboos. Not only were taboos considered a sign of beauty, They were regarded also as identification mark for some Benin families. Princes, princess, queens, chiefs, palace, messengers, and royal scimitar bearers by tradition had tattoo marks. Citizens without the mark could enter the palace but not go near the Oba because they are likely seen as strangers or slaves and not freeborn. A Benin without the traditional marks cannot take a chieftaincy title, and no person could be made a chief without his father while his father is still alive. Societal reforms and concessions approved by the palace made room since about 1929 that a Benin without tattoo could be made a chief. It is forbidden for a woman who is not an Oloi, Oba wife, or Ubi princess to touch the Oba. If the Oba is accidentally touched by a woman other than an Oloi or an Ubi, tradition demands that she automatically becomes his wife. If the Oba declines having such a woman as a wife, tradition also requires that she be betrothed to a chief or any subject of the Oba choice. Since 1933, the Oba, in a few cases, waived this by shaking hands with a foreign woman. Oba Akinzwa II shook hands with Queen Elizabeth II of Britain on a visit to Benin in 1956 as a very rare exception. It is forbidden to appear unkempt or wear unclean clothes to the palace, and no subject is expected to enter the palace after having intercourse and not taking his bath. It was forbidden for the mother to wear clothes. They do not touch any woman during their time of service in the palace. Mothers are usually between the age of 18 years and 30 years. Some mothers enter the service from infancy. However, some mothers, of course, serve for life. One often features that differentiates the mother from the other inhabitants of they could not grow hair on their head or any part of their body. There are now schools in the palace, primary and secondary, for mothers. They also wear bronze anklets. Some aspects have been relaxed and given some allowances since the time of Oba Akinzwa II. From about 1933, a mother could now be admitted into the palace from the young age. Oba Akinzwa II designed a special uniform for them when he ascended the throne. Other taboos upheld by the Benin Kingdom are that the Edake heir apparent could not live in the palace while the Oba still lives. It was forbidden for any of the Iloi Oba wives to touch any male child of the Oba except the male child is her own son. If a baby boy urinates on the ground, water is poured on it or sputum is dropped on it because it is a taboo for a queen to step over it. They are also not allowed to touch or be touched by any adult male. A few years before he joined the ancestors, Oba Erediawa decreed that it is permissible for princes to touch the Iloi. It is forbidden to give an ambidextrous individual a chieftaincy title. It is forbidden to whistle in the palace. Queen, chiefs, messengers, and royal Omuada, scimitars bearers, will not be initiated into the palace without a oath of allegiance to the Oba. It is forbidden to spread an umbrella over one's head at the palace. Every man is regarded by Iloe as Ikperera, an unclean person. Every person going into the royal harem is expected to be searched by the lame guard Uke and the eunuch Osariemen Ogwan that guard the harem gates between the outer and the innermost. No one dresses in complete black in the palace. By Benin tradition, while greeting or talking to the Oba of Benin, one must kneel down. Only native doctors, priests, and priestesses are exempt from kneeling down while greeting or talking to the Oba. They are, however, to prostrate flat on their belly on the floor when they want to talk to him. They sit on a mat on the floor. It is a taboo to stand near the Oba at a distance of at least 2 meters away. The courtiers, who are not forbidden to go near him, must cover their mouth with their palm or a piece of clean white cloth. It is forbidden to say the Oba of Benin is sleeping. One could say the leopard is in the shelter. To the Benin people, the Oba of Benin is God, and as such, he is never addressed or referred to as a mortal. For this reason, several figurative expressions were used and is still used to convey his sickness, passing away, interment, and burial. It is an abomination to think or say that he is dead, for the Oba of Benin never dies. It is forbidden for men to tie a wrapper, throwing it over the left shoulders, which the Ashantis of Ghana inherited from their Benin forefathers who founded Togo Republic of Benin and part of Ghana. It is forbidden to look at the Oba's forehead. It is forbidden to point fingers in the palace. You cannot point fingers at the Oba or the chiefs. It is forbidden to whistle in the palace. It is forbidden for a woman to enter the Ehembuda shrine. It was there native daughters and abbalists treated Ehembuda, who was an hermaphrodite, to shave the female parts. Women who enter there become infertile. It is forbidden to wear black clothes to the palace. Dogs are forbidden in the palace. Any dogs that stray into the palace dies immediately, naturally. It is forbidden to tell the Oba that someone is dead. Parables or proverbs are used to say this. For example, it is said, the person is gone with womb of water, or inside water, or the person has left. Chief Olia performs the crowning of a new Oba. The 4 of them in this picture have joined the ancestors. Reporting 3. Health or indisposition of the Oba. When the Oba is in poor health. This state is customarily described in the following idiomatic expression. The wind is blowing in the inner chambers of the palace. Onifi amebi. Amebi. Edo has a cold. The rain is threatening. Emize baga. A bad thing is happening. The leopard is sick in the wilderness. Reporting or announcing the transition of the Oba. When the Oba joins the ancestors, it is not immediately announced. There is usually a delay of about 2 calendar years, which is 3 lunar native years. When eventually it is made public, the Iyase Prime Minister, who is also the leader of the Igawe Bonoe, announces it, depending on prevailing circumstances. The Esogban could also announce it. At the announcement of the Oba passing, all male indigenes are expected to pick death. What this means is that they shave their head as a mark of respect and mourning the passing of the Oba. The reason is that a woman is not a subject of the Oba. The women, by tradition, do not shave their head. The reason is that a woman is not a subject of the Oba, but that of the husband. The Iyase of Benin, Chief Sam Igbe, announcing the transition of Omo Noba Nedo Uku Akpolokpolo Oba Erediawa. The next step is that the market is closed, Igbeki, for a period of at least 3 months. By tradition, it is a taboo to say that the Oba is dead. Rather, one would respectfully say either of the following. The pillar of chalk is broken. The sun has fallen into the sea, or the sun has set. Things have turned out to be good. Amen. The earth has made a noise. A heavy rain has fallen. There was a heavy storm. The palace has collapsed. Ezoti has gone to Udo. Ozolua should stand on his own and be strong. What will never be experienced has now happened. The year the wicked killed the immortal or the untouchable. The year Isaka was danced. The day has touched the ground with his body. Ede Kyoto. The Wangwe acts as a regent until the Idake is crowned. When the title of Idake has not been bestowed on the heir apparent before the Oba joins his ancestors, the scimitar is used to perform it. Reporting burials, interment of the Oba. When the Oba has been interred, the following expressions are used. Otorioe. The earth has eaten some native chalk. The native chalk has been kept. The ground has been paid some tribute. Ayugo Yoto. The officially spoken language at Egwen Oba Nedu. There is an officially spoken language used only in the palace by people, and those permitted to use the language belongs to a special group. There is also a special language for each palace society or group. These tongues are different from the ones spoken generally by other Benin people. However, the Oba understands and speaks all, but it is not compulsory for all the chiefs and society members of the palace to understand and speak all. One is expected to speak and understand the language of one's own group as a matter of compulsion. Visiting etiquette at Egwaiobanedo. Egwaiobanedo is not averse to receiving visitors and tourists. There are some areas that are not restricted to members of the public. There are reference libraries and museums where scholars can make reference for studies on Benin history, philosophy, arts, and culture. There are also reception areas for state events and very high profile visitors. There are also reception areas for those calling to pay courtesy visit as well as paying homage to the Oba. Most importantly, there are also spaces for traditional callers as well as those who visit the palace to settle disputes. Callers would normally seek appointments through the administrative offices, and when they are given a date and time, they prepare and appear before the Oba or the chief designated to attend to the visitor. Prior to the reign of Oba Akinsuwa II, Egwai Obanedo was seen as sacred to the Beninese. People who are not official or family only went to the palace if they are summoned, and not over any flimsy excuse or at their convenience. Any visit to the palace of the Oba of Benin, for whatever reason, is taken very seriously. Civilization and modernity started to creep in from the end of the reign of Eweka II. A school for art and craft was established in the palace before 1920, where the mother and children of some of the chiefs were taught a trade in arts, crafts, and culture. Oba Akinsuwa II built a school for primary school, secondary, and orthodox education by the teaching of all subjects. Appellations for the Omonoba. Benin history is full of rich tradition, and one of such traditions is the habit of addressing the Oba by various appellations instead of his actual names or titles, as a sign of deep reverence and deference. It is no wonder, therefore, that the Oba of Benin is known by several appellations, some of which are listed below. Some of the other supreme aspects of the Egwaiobanedo, chapter 7, the palace walls. The palace walls were made from the Benin red oil, ulakpa. Instead of water to mix the mud for setting the wall, palm oil for cooking was used. The walls are between 2 and 4 feet thick. Of the miracles that made the walls of the palace of the Oba of Benin, Egwaiobanedo, a wonder to behold, and one that still baffles and defies modern architectures is that despite age and weather conditions they have enjoyed, no part has cracked. During a facelift by Oba Akinzwa II, an uninfluenced Benin traditional artist, Chief Ida, made 7 relief sculpture pieces to decorate 7 of the in the wall built 4 foot pillars. The plaques are in Benin red mud mixed with cement. They were made as memorial to immortalize the following Oba Ewedo. After the death of Oba Ehemie in 1253, his only son Efabo was crowned as Usama in 1255 with the title of Ewedo. As a crown prince, Efabo worried about the powers and interference of the Uzamas, the kingmakers, that made the position of Oba subservient to them. The Uzamas, and then still 6 in numbers, Oba Eware or Gidigan, made them 7 by making his heir apparent one of them to serve as a royal high in their group. Their name thus changed from Uzama to Uzama Ne Ihiron. He built the Benin Palace in the present position at Ogbe Quarters, inside the circle of Ogwola Moat. He also built the first prison in Benin, Oba Eware ni Ogidigan, the very first, greatest Oba that has ruled Benin Kingdom to date. In his time, he made many predictions and pronouncements which have come to pass even in this generation. His legacy still holds to date. Oba Ozolwa ni Baromi Eko, the conqueror, he ruled Benin between AD 1481 and AD 1504. He has been banished from the kingdom at a point for the murder of his nephew, Owe, the heir apparent, and his mother. He went northward to establish the land that is known today as Ora. He was recalled to be crowned Oba in Benin when the throne became vacant. Osariemen Oba Esige, AD 1504 to AD 1550. Oba Esige was the one who stopped the traditional execution of the mother of the newly crowned king at the ascension of her son to the throne of Benin Kingdom. He created the title of Ioba, and his mother Idia was the first to receive it. His mother was the first woman in Benin to lead an army to battle. She raised an army and trained the band of soldiers. The ivory pectoral marks of Queen Idia, stolen in 1897 by British soldiers, is in the British Museum in London till today. He also created the Elagba Esige. When the title is being given out, the Ada or spectre is turned upside down, akin to flying a flag at half mast. Queen Idia died at the war front. In 1974, the federal government of Nigeria offered to borrow it, even for a fee, during the first tax 77, which later held in 1977. Nigeria was requested by the British government to deposit €2 million. Nigeria agreed because they want us to use it as the festival logo. The British government later refused to give it out under the pretext that their experts in antiques said it is too old to travel. The author of this book was then the head of Midwest Arts Council, MAC. He interviewed several Benin artists and a replica was produced. Mr. Lufwa Igbinovia was employed and he reproduced the true replica. 81 were produced, and each of them was given to the president and the countries that were present for the festival. The British government loaned it to the Kunstmuseum in Vienna, Austria, as one of the collection of the art stolen by the British soldier in 1897 from Benin. The collection traveled from Vienna, Austria, to Paris, to Berlin, to Chicago. It was the first time most of the stolen Benin art by British soldiers in 1897 were put together for an exhibition. Yet, they said they were too old to travel to loan years ago to the owners for even as little as 40 days. The exhibition held from May 20, 2007 to September 2008. Oba Osariemen, AD 1888 to AD 1914. Oba Osariemen ne Obasi ascended the Benin throne at a time when the Benin kingdom was being threatened from within the outside. As far back as before 1892, the British had secretly made inroads into Benin City for political and trade mission, enveloped in religion. The British anxiety for a new trade colony climaxed on 1st January. His reign marked the commencement of the third period. We saw a kingdom that has been stripped of all its splendor and glory. He led Benin out of the ruins of 1897 massacre. He rebuilt the palace which was burnt down in the Benin massacre and expedition. The author father, Winfred Ayanyo Ebon, was Obaewaka the second secretary for many years before the Oba asked that the colonial legislature appoint him a court clerk. Oba Akenzwa II, 1912 to 1978. The first Benin Oba to receive formal Western education. Benin Palace is in AD 1255 by Oba Owedo, has new additions and several renovations. LYA the Great predictions on the royal palace in his first coming has been fulfilled. The palace police was built by LYA near Ogidinga, near Ogieva, during the colonial era. Benin Native Authority had their police, their belts, and had their logo cast in bronze in Igun Area quarters, now street. The royal emblem, Ada, The royal emblem Asein and Ebe were on the top of a particular badge or on which was written Benin Native Authority Police. They nearly rolled a 3-inch wide red funnel and code for. Later, the Oga Osariemen wore a type of brown or black shoe with 100% leather sole. After a modern court, Obaeware the second court, built for trying violators and traditional customary law. Police post is by the side. How many? Police post is by the side. Appeal against decision from this court are to go to His Royal Majesty. This court for the age-long proverb Egwai NSN. Benin used the proverb as a name for their children. Is also a title. It's just a title. The Yorubas unlisted and mothers of his mother. But they did not attain the status of Yoruba, mother of the Oba, due to the fact that the Yoruba palace did not exist before 1505. Yoruba, before the creation of the traditional title. Yorubas before the creation of the traditional title. Yorubas who were physically investitured at Uselu, the two queen mother who went to the Yoruba palace at Uselu alive are Queen India Neko Neore. That's Queen India. Queen India, the belly of white chalk. The belly of white chalk was born about 1456 at Ugiewuda in Egye Reach. Then of area of EC, now in Wonde local government area of Edo State. In the present political setup in the country, until her son slave trade came out. Prince Osawe, who was crowned with the title Obaesigi Obaesige ascended the Benin throne in 14 in 1504. It was a custom that the queen mother Asein Queen Yoba could be killed. The chief mother and their first son will also be killed. They finally asked Esige to take his mother away from Benin because they, they did not want to serve two obas, since the queen mother commands same power as the oba. Obaesige Obaesige hid his mother in a palace in a place behind the moat that he named now. He hid her behind, I don't know the moat. So Oro meaning secret. He hid his mother in a place behind the moat that he named Oro meaning secret, and asked Iken to be watching over her. He gave the mother a maid slave called Owodo. Many Beninese call him Agbada. Okay, the one I gave is Ogbogodo. So probably Ayasiri everyone. I'll be going on a short break so I can relax. Thank you very much.
Men of time past who made history and changed the negative narrative. I am Asein Angel Osariemen, a diploma graduate of marine engineering from University of Benin and a current 500 level student studying fisheries and aquatic biology in Lagos State University. I am attempting to break the Guinness World Record for longest marathon read aloud, and I'll be reading for 200 hours. I'll be reading 60% books on Edo culture, tradition and history, and I'll be reading 30% books on Nigerian history, and I'll be reading 10% books on United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, focusing on Goal 4, which talk about quality education, Goal 5, which talk about gender equality, Goal 13, which talk about climate action, and Goal 14, which talk about life below water. Do you know that the plastic waste you use, if not properly disposed, can affect animals in the water? I believe you don't know that. Come read with me and I'm going to teach you how you can properly manage your waste. The venue for this reading attempt is at Edo State Library Complex at the Edo State Secretariat. The date of this event is the 23rd of February to 3rd of March 2024. This event will be live streamed on all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. I'm calling on you in helping me reach out to more people as we break this record attempt together. God bless Nigeria. God bless Edo State. Oba Atokbeye is here. This is the ancient city of Benin in Edo State, a land with deep-rooted history, culture and tradition. Queen Idiania Sige, Emota Nokpoko, Queen Ewere, Queen Iden, Imagwero. These are great women of time past who made history and changed the negative narrative. I am Asein Angel Osariemen, a diploma graduate of marine engineering from University of Benin and a current 500 level student studying fisheries and aquatic biology in Lagos State University. I am attempting to break the Guinness World Record for longest marathon read aloud, and I'll be reading for 200 hours. I'll be reading 60% books on Edo culture, tradition and history, and I'll be reading 30% books on Nigerian history, and I'll be reading 10% books on United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, focusing on Goal 4, which talk about quality education, Goal 5, which talk about gender equality, Goal 13, which talk about climate action, and Goal 14, which talk about life below water. Do you know that the plastic waste you use, if not properly disposed, can affect animals in the water? I believe you don't know that. Come read with me and I'm going to teach you how you can properly manage your waste. The venue for this reading attempt is at Edo State Library Complex at the Edo State Secretariat. The date of this event is the 23rd of February to 3rd of March 2024. This event will be live streamed on all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. I'm calling on you in helping me reach out to more people as we break this record attempt together. God bless Nigeria. God bless Edo State. Oba Atokbeye is here. This is the ancient city of Benin in Edo State, a land with deep-rooted history, culture and tradition. Queen Idiania Sige, Emota Nokpoko, Queen Ewere, Queen Iden, Imagwero. These are great women of time past who made history and changed the negative narrative. I am Asein Angel Osariemen, a diploma graduate of marine engineering from University of Benin and a current 500 level student studying fisheries and aquatic biology in Lagos State University. I am attempting to break the Guinness World Record for longest marathon read aloud, and I'll be reading for 200 hours. I'll be reading 60% books on Edo culture, tradition and history, and I'll be reading 30% books on Nigerian history, and I'll be reading 10% books on United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, focusing on Goal 4, which talk about quality education, Goal 5, which talk about gender equality, Goal 13, which talk about climate action, and Goal 14, which talk about life below water. Do you know that the plastic waste you use, if not properly disposed, can affect animals in the water? I believe you don't know that. Come read with me and I'm going to teach you how you can properly manage your waste. The venue for this reading attempt is at Edo State Library Complex at the Edo State Secretariat. The date of this event is the 23rd of February to 3rd of March 2024. This event will be live streamed on all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube.
What's my confidence? My cocaine, my heart desire, give me nothingness. I know that, cause you give me ginger, but the time is. You're my true lover, my mommy water, give me happiness.
Hello, hello. Uzama and the Benin monarchy. Sam Oyu Igbe. ISBN 978 978 853 4808. Chapter 1. In the beginning. The history of the origin of Benin people is not easily accessible from what is available. However, it is obvious that the historical advancement of the people has inexorably become hamstrung to the development of their monarch. Like the rest of the world, ancient history, however, like the rest of the world, ancient history, however, the origin is either evolutionary or creational. Predominantly, therefore, belief in either of these two classes of origin will depend on whether the student is an out science-oriented believer or a religious believer in God. Creations of the world and its management of mankind. This writer belongs to the later class and can only get to common in evolution when there is an incontrovertible evidence of recently evolved human species. Without evidence of such recent evolution, the biblical record of the recreation remain unassailable to people like me. Many authors have advanced the view that the Edo people migrated from Egypt. An eminent Benin writer, Chief Dr. J.U. Igaiwa, also suggested that the Edo people migrated from Egypt through Sudan and Ife before they arrived at their present inhabitation, where he postulated a migrant since the aboriginal people of Edo. How and from where the Egyptians got to the place they call Egypt did their own evolution take places there. If that is not the case, why could the Edo people not evolve? It would, is it hot? It would, in any case, it would be unimaginable that the Egyptians would forsake their art and world-renowned culture, like their purpose for the building of pyramids and their awesome discovery of hieroglyphs, and leave all the language behind to swallow hook, line, and sinker the usually difficult Edo language. It would also be difficult to understand how and why they will lose all their physiognomy and physique to emigration. It is the Jews. It is the Jews that the Benin monarchy dates back to Ogiso Igodo, who Benin monarch reported to have begun his reign around the year 900 AD. According to Professor AFC, rather, linguistic evidence suggests that Edo people have occupied this part of the region for some thousands of years. These suggestions give strong indication that Benin civilization has existed over a period of 6,000 years. There is, however, no certain evidence of the origin of the Edo people, which appeared to have been lost in myths and legends. Of the distant past. In the glaring evidence, it becomes only natural to have second thoughts on the issue of migrants and migration into Edo land. During this mystical period, the Beninese had only lived as part of and within the group, but began to separate themselves from the Igam, owing largely to the domestic circumstances. By about 598, they began descendants of Idu. They descended to the lower plains to win they claim ownership to Idu land as land of Idu people in their progenitor, whose spirit they believe and was leading them on. They wandered through the Idu land for many years, looking for a suitable piece of it for settlement. And finally stopped and settled in about 600 AD on the place of Ogboka. Kyoto Gazami Uto Ogboka. The leader, during the early travels of Accra, not all of the Igbo people agreed to the choice of Ogbaka Prince at the center of settlement. A few migrated southwards of Ogboka Plain. Generally, they were the Urungbo people. Who called the Idu people left behind Ikura Aka people, and those who went down east for their settlements. Who called the Idu people in the Idu. Both these people, they know the Idu people. So, Edo people by this appellation. Till today, on the death of Aka, the leadership of Edo people fell on Efa and Emir. Two surviving sons of Edo people fell on Efa and Emir, who became the joint leaders of their people, when eventually these two brothers passed on, their descendants spread out from Ogboka as a request of progress and general growth in population to find new villages. During the village formation, the original villages of central Ogboka Place that were developed by the offspring of the founding fathers, Efa and Emiri, was known as Idunewa. Those that grew by migration into the outlying areas of Idu land were called Iduneuria. By about 850 AD, there had emerged over 30 villages. Each village was led by an Ojewere in the community. Senior elders assisted the Ojewere council, the village council, to settle land disputes, security matters, and other social and domestic matters. It became necessary. Thereafter, to constitute the equal Ojewere, over which the senior Ojewere and oldest Ojewere presides. The equal Ojewere, which is the elder council, had an Okaiko himself, being one of the Ojewere members of the equal Ojewere, who helped in performing duties of the head of the equal council and the Ojewere, among other duties, to hold the villages together. Ojewere Igodo, the incumbent Ojewere, of Idun Iyoto was the last Okaeko before the ascension of the first Igoso. What happened to the same Odewere? Igodo of Idun Iyoto. He was a strong and ambitious man. 2. Ogiso Igodo of Igodomigodo. At the founding of Igodomigodo in about 900 AD, Ogiso Igodo became the founding monarch of the kingdom. He had abolished the Odewere Council, which had existed for peace of Idu Nova, which comprises of the original villages of central Ogboka and emerged from the offspring of the founding father. Efa and Emirium. Those that developed by migration into outlying areas of Iduland became the Idunura. After the abolition of the Odewere Council, however, leadership devolved to the Ogiso, who implemented his policies through the efforts of Odigbo Ogiso, set up by him to perform their duties as official announcer. The Abiogbe, the high-handed peacemakers, he had used his Odigbo Ogiso to compel the Odewere in the villages to accept him as the Ogiso of the land. To the Ogiso of the land. And the efforts, and he took the advantage of the widespread worship of Iso in every home at the time. The sky god, Iso, was regarded as the maker of all things available on earth. Igodo claimed that he had a commission from Iso to Ogiso with authority over the land. He used this Odigbo Ogiso to cow down any Odewere who would oppose him. Only Udo refused to recognize Igodo in this new venture. Igodo could not use his Odigbo Ogiso against them because Udo was his paternal home. Udo's was that he chose Ubeku, his mother village, rather than Udo, his capital. This was the beginning of the rift between Benin and Udo, which lasted for almost 400 years. The first settlement at the battle of Uneze, about 1287 AD, during the reign of Oba Ogola Igodo, had abolished the Iko Ojowe and set up Iko Edienvo under the Oviso. Igodo Migodo. Igodo had no so strong ambition to rule as Ogiso of Idu. His personal retainers, the Odigbo Ogiso, had been well trained, but during his days at Ikao, as Ikako of Iko Ojowe, they were remunerated and were fed. After the death of his heir, his son Odion, who had taken time to groom for succession, the Odionwere of Udo, his father's hometown, visited to sympathize him instead of sympathy. However, Odion succinctly directed a wild jib at him, saying, Igodo mie Igodo, that is Igodo Asein Igodo. Igodo was grieved, but took the jib humorously, and later, in about 900 AD, when you are doing something, and he adopted the name Gotomigodo as a new name, so he can, for a new name to pay back. It was a political name for the unification and effective control of all villages of Idu land, including Udo. When he took control as Ogiso of Ngodomigode, he classified his Odigbo Ogiso group into 5 duty groups to strengthen his control of the land as follows. Odigbo Egwai, Palace of Odigbo Ogiso, who performed the official announcer and peacemaker function for the king, and was later known as Ibiogbe. Odigbo Egbe, town Odigbo Ogiso, who coordinated the economic functions of the land and ensured the good storehouse for the king. Odigbo Egbo, district Odigbo Ogiso, who were to make the presence of the king felt in the various villages of Idu land. Odigbo Era, Odigbo Ogiso, for worshipping and keeping ancestral shrine. Who were to worship Enridu, supreme god of the land, Iso, and the ancestors in Ikao. On behalf of the king and his people, they were to consolidate the control of the Iso shrine at Ubeku. Today, it has emancipated as Isekwe for Enridu and Wenso for Sky God. Odigbo Ogwa, Odigbo Ogiso, for mentioning the king, who were 5 in numbers, and later called the great nobles of the land. Who took care of the royal crown and royal succession. In essence, Ogiso Igodo established the kingdom of Igodomigodo. so that the component idu neuria, idu neuwa, that is the distance that near the village of Igodomigodo were united under one central administration of Igodomigodo. 3. Ogisoere. Ogiso Igodo had decreed that hereditary inheritance would prevail in Igodomigodo with regard to succession to his throne. He did not decide, however, on what will happen in a situation where there was no direct or credible next of kin when he lost the heir apparent to the throne. However, on what will happen in a situation where there was no direct or credible next of kin when the heir apparent to the throne. However, it was perhaps easy for the Council of Elders to install his grandson Ere as his successor. However, Ogiso Igodo, Ogiso Ere, and his son Ogiso Orire reigned in Igodomigodo during the Igodo era of Igodomigodo. In what became known as the Igodo dynasty from about 900 AD. From about 900 AD to about 1000 AD. Ogiso Ere was a wise and firm ruler who worked with a common sense and kindness of heart, and the benefits of deep knowledge of his family. Antecedent to rule his people. Therefore, new way adjustments were necessary. The Odigbo Ogiso, as they existed during the reign of Igodomigodo, had by his instruction ceased to exist, and their functions were found out to different palace posts. The shrine of its sky gods Atugbeku became the responsibility of Wenso of Ugbeku and Iko, and Ibiogbe became essential to checking certain undesirable behaviors like street fighting and other public violent behaviors. Stealing of farm commodities from farmers, especially yam, from other people's barn, committing idolatry in farms and forests were strictly proscribed at one area. The hearing of these laws, announced by Ibiogbe, Singwi, and a group, dispersed otherwise unruly crowd, and redirected many others to the farm and other serious jobs. The Odigbo Ogwa, one of the most important of Ogiso Igodo, Odigbo Ogiso, emerged during this reign as the Edonesi, the great nobles, in whose hand the monarchy was entrusted in terms of succession and credibility. In terms of succession and eligibility, coronation, protection, and counseling for continuity. These responsibilities have placed heavy burden on the Edion, otherwise known as Uzama, in later years. They've been reformed with the monarchy since the reign of Ogiso era, and their leadership position gradually became rather suffocating for the monarch as time passed, and actually came to a head during the reign of Oba Ewedo, when an Iyase was installed to sanitize the situation. Ogiso era left sign of good governance, one of which he had laid a foundation for the guide system of protection and good laws. It is to his credit that the organized and established practice palace system evolved. Ogiso Orire, son of Ogiso era, was the last monarch of the Igodo era. Gerontocratic system of succession. On the passing of Ogiso Orire, about 1000 AD, the succession problem that beset Ogiso Igodo reared its head again. The royal council found itself again confronted with the difficult position of finding a reader. The royal council was made up of the Edionwe, who was members of Iko Edionwebo, which had been established by Ogiso Idogbe. Ogwa, which had metamorphosed into the Edione Asein. However, because of the Edione Asein, had the responsibility for the succession and eligibility of monarch elects, they were barred from voting in any matter concerning the choice of an Ogiso elect. In the Eastern matter of enthroning a new monarch, they argued first that Ogiso Orire did not have a son to succeed him. The question of failing to honor his ancestors could not therefore be a reason from Edionwe to the Odigbo Ogiso have tasted the benefit of the authorities of the monarch. They would want the Edionwe nobles to be part of the decision. Third and senior, who were at the Owie Enigi of the council, they had royal rights, but the group was the most vocal, most in number, and most powerful in the council. They considered that they were the ones with the rights to the throne of the Ogisos, and that they in accordance with seniority. At any given time, the most senior counselor will ascend the throne. Fourth, the other members who ascended through Odigo, Ugwan, and who grew from Odigo were to be known as a great novel, Okai Owere, in the council, and to retain the functions of promoting, crowning, advising, and maintaining the Ogisos on the throne. They posited that without these great nobles, the seniors would probably not aspire to be crowned. Without the Edio, there will be no coronation. They stress that the coronation is of no use to me. They stress that the advantage of the proposed Atewele system was that the royal crown of Igodomi Wodo should settle back to the original family as possible in the land. Which as it has been in the immediate past, and no one knows the monarchy was vacant. With weakness in this, though there will be a constraint, but still more than win. There will be a constraint. The incumbent Ogiso was restrained to be on constant defensive, often haunted with the thought of diabolic attack possessed. The aspiring councillor has viewed this type of leadership could not concentrate on any other progressive program at work, but immediately the Ogiso to make sure that they were here to give you a full support. Thank you. This time, on the throne end, and this type of leadership shift could not concentrate on any progressive program of work, but made the Ogiso do nothing monarch. The result was that within the short historical period of 50 years in Great Benin, as many as 19 Ogiso rulers had ascended the throne, with only 17 people. The situation resulted in an unstable monarchy during this period. The Ogiso of Igodo era were Igodo, Ere, and Orire. Then followed the gerontocratic Ergoso era, Odia, Idia, Enede, Ihido, Ibobo, Ugbedi, Akwekian, Odion, Imam, Thereafter, Odoligwe, Uwa, Yenede, Uenze, Udua, Obioye, Arigo, and Owodo, who entered the Oviso era. On the whole, there were 31 Ogiso monarchs. The return of stability into the polity. With a good look at the period of the old men who ruled since the end of the Igodo era, one realizes that the difficulty that lay before the next step of rulers in that kingdom needs to be faced. The need to bring back real leadership. Stability. To the monarchy and self-reliance to the people. And become an absolute necessity. A succession to Pathan to replace the Odonwe monarch was a desirable change. And even though they were still in power, it was obvious that the change has begun. That change was imperative. After that change, that was a grounded and feasible system had to be found. A father to son hereditary type within the royal family must have a revisit, but it must be strengthened with the next of kin provision within the royal kingship family. God, as these substitutes may sound in the circumstances, the problem will bear the cards. 4. The law of primogeniture. For the law of primogeniture. Ogiso Oriagba had just been enthroned as the 23rd Ogisos of Igodomigodo and would have been the last of the Ejonwe. He had seen the good and the bad aspect of the system. As a member of Royal Council, Ogiso, he actually began his council maybe for some time now. You just realize it's hereditary now. Then, just for a return to hereditary succession, when he was still a member of the Royal Council, he ascended the throne of Ogiso, benefiting from the bureaucratic arrangement of the royal courts. Then, he was able, with little effort, to gain the cooperation of the Asein Asein and the Oron members of the Royal Council and a few of the principal members of the Royal Council who be eligible in the future to become Ogiso in their turn. With the help of the Oron members, he was able to secure the help of powerful individuals in the kingdom and powerful priests. And peace. With the help of Oron members, when Ogiso Oriagba eventually summoned all the necessary and qualified people, he called on all the power of the ancestors, and especially on Erinwidu, the progenitor of the Idu people, to stand by him as he took his decision. He, as the reigning Ogiso, then went to promulgate people to stand by him as he took the decision. He, as the reigning Ogiso, including the concerned family members, the priests, and the Edomites, in carrying out the instruction, including the nobles, collectively sworn before the shrine of Erinwidu as followed. Page 24. Page 24. New Moon. Stephanie Meyer's The Twin Lights Saga. An international bestseller, now a major motion picture. Party. One. I was 99.9% sure I was dreaming. The reason I was so certain was that, first, I was standing in a bright shaft of sunlight, the kind of blinding clear sun that never shone on my dazzling new hometown of Fox, Washington. And second, I was looking at my grandma Mary. Gran has been dead for 6 years now, so that was solid evidence towards the dream theory. Gran hadn't changed much, but her face looked just the same as I remember. The skin was soft, withered, bent into 1,000 creases that clung gently to the finger, gently to the bone underneath, like a dried apricot, but with a piece of this or that. Let her be okay. Our mouth has a wide pucker, spread into the same surprise half smile. At the same time, Apparently, she hadn't been expecting anyone to see me either. I was about to ask her a question. I had so many questions. What was she doing here in my dream? What has she been up to in the past 6 years? Was Pop okay? And had they found each other wherever they were? But she opened her mouth. And when I did so, I stopped to let her go first. He paused too, and then we both smiled at the little awkwardness. Bella. It wasn't Gran who called my name. We both turned to see the addition of our small reunion. I didn't have to know who it was. This was a voice I would know anywhere, know and respond to, whether I was awake or asleep or even dead, I'd bet. The voice I walked through fire for, or less dramatically, slush, every day through the cold and endless rainfall, Edward. Even though I'm always thrilled to see him, cautious or otherwise, and even though I am always positive that I am dreaming, that I am dreaming, Edward always a panic as Edward walked towards us through the glaring sunlight. I panic because Grant didn't know that I was in love with a vampire. Nobody knew that. So how was I supposed to explain the fact that the brilliant sunbeam we are chattering off his skin into 1,000 rainbow shards like he made of crystal or diamond? Well, Grant, you might have noticed that my boyfriend glitters. It's just something he does in the sun. Don't worry about it. What is he doing? The whole reason he lives in Folks, the rainiest place in the world, was so that he could be outside in the daytime without exposing his family secrets. Yet, here he was, holding gracefully towards me, woman, with the most beautiful smile on her angelic face, and as if I were the one putting it on her face. In that seconds, I wish that I was not the one exception to this mysterious talent. I felt grateful that I was the only person whose thoughts he couldn't bear, just as clearly as they were spoken aloud. But now, I wish he could hear me too, so that he could hear the warning and I was screaming in my head. I shot a panicked glance back at ground and saw that it was too late. She was just turning to stare at me, her eyes alarming at mine. Edward, still smiling so beautifully that my heart felt like it was going to swell and burst through my chest, put his arm around my shoulders and turned me to face my mother. Grand's expression surprised me. Instead of looking horrified, she was staring at me sheepishly, as if waiting for a scolding, and she was standing in such a strange position. One arm held awkwardly away from her body, stretched out, and then curled around the air, like she had her arm around someone. I couldn't see someone invisible. Only then, as I looked at the bigger picture, did I notice the big frame and notice that this is actually a picture. My grandmother from uncomprehendingly raised the hand I wasn't supposed to run around Edward's waist and reach out to touch her. She mimicked the Edward waist and reached and touched her. She mimicked the movement exactly, mirrored it. But when our fingers should have met, there was nothing but glowing glass with a dizzying jolt. My dream abruptly became a nightmare. There was no grand. That was me. Me in a mirror. Me. Ancient, Chris, and withered. Edward stood beside me, casting no reflection, excruciating, lovely, and forever 17. He pressed his icy perfect lips against my wasted cheeks. "Happy birthday," he whispered. I woke with a start, my eyelid popping wide, and gasped. Dull grey light, the familiar light. Of an outcast morning took the place of the blinding sun in my dream. Just a dream, I told myself. It was only a dream. I took a deep breath and then jumped again when my alarm went off. The little calendar in the corner is playing with me. But prophetic enough in one way, at least. Today was my birthday. Today was my birthday. I was officially 18 years old. I've been dreading this day for months. All through the perfect summer. Anyone, anywhere I'd ever heard, and the rainiest summer in the history of Olympic of Olympic Peninsula. These plagues had lurked in ambush, waiting to spring, and now that it had hit, it was even worse than I feared it would be. I feel it. I was older. Every time I got older, every time I got older, but this was different, worst, quantifiable. I was 18. I was 18, and heard what would ever be. When I went to brush my teeth, I was almost surprised that the face of the mirror hasn't changed. I stared at myself, looking for some sign of impending wrinkles in my every skin. The only scissors were the ones on my forehead, though, and I knew that if I could manage to relax, we would disappear. I struggled to get a grip on myself as I drove to school. Despite momentarily vanish, I took its place. Even after a year with him, I still couldn't believe that I deserved this degree to a good fortune. His sister, Alice, was standing by my side, waiting for me too. Of course, Edward and Alice were really related. In fact, the story was that all the Collins siblings were adopted by Dr. Calist Collins and wife, Esme, both plainly too young to have teenage children. But their skin were plainly the same, pale shades. Their eyes had the same golden colors, with the same deep bruise-like shadows beneath them. A face like his was also startlingly beautiful. To someone, if you know someone like me, those similarities marked them for where they were. New Moon chapter 7, page 7, page 7, page 7. 30 Secrets of Success, Dr. Abraham Chibudo. ISBN 978-38-486-90. Introduction. Proverbs 4 verse 1 to 10. Secret 1. Achievers. Achievers are men and women who refuse to accept failure that confronted them on every side. They rebelled against it, broke the iron gate, between failures and their success and walked into success. They saw failure, tested it, and failed, but they refused to accept failures. Achievers know that the other side of the coin, labeled failure, is success. They insist on turning to the side of success for their real goal. Achievers discourage their discouragement. Achievers are dangerous to danger. They are stumbling blocks on their way to success as stepping stones. You know that failure is at the gate of success. They know that all things work together for our good. They know that every obstacle is a phase in life. They see God's perfect plan in every situation. They know that their tomorrow is better than their yesterday. Achievers are men and women whose inadequacies and physical handicaps become access road to favor. They turn rejection into acceptance through quality decisions with actions. Second Kings 7 verse 3, the 4 lepers. They turn disappointment into core appointment. Achievers know that men who refuse to change will be invisible, receive the impossible. They kill every lion on their way to victory. Achievers continue when others stop. They walk while others are sleeping. They turn trials into triumph. They turn mistakes into miracles. They know that the ridiculous leads to miracles. They turn disfavor into divine favor. They turn tears into cheers. They turn unfortunate situation into fortunes. They know that weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Achievers know that men who refuse to change we invisible receive the impossible. They know that time is the only currency God has given to them for only transaction on earth for a reward. All they have is time, and all they need, their language, is time will tell. They know that they are not questions, but answers to their generation. They know that they are created to solve problems. They know that their success in life depend on the quantity of problem they solve. Achievers rule their circumstances. They know that life is an echo. What you put is what you get. Achievers know that intensity of God dealing with man depends on what God wants to do with him. They know that you cannot possess what you have not pursued. They know that the secret of success is divine creativity, which is the ability to do things the way others cannot do them. Achievers are not intimidated by the present opinions of their critics. They rejoice over other people's success. They know that nobody has the monopoly of success. They know that great men and women attract satanic attention. They know that any road without obstacles leads to nowhere. Achievers know that increase come through releasing what you have. They know that the way to keep your seed is to sow it. They know that at the end of the dark tunnel, there is light. They see beyond the present sacrifice into the future harvest. Achievers have foresight and insight. They know that no man gets down by falling into the river, but he gets drowned by remaining under the river. They know that every failure teaches you how not to fail again. They know that no man gets drowned by falling into the river, but he gets drowned by remaining under the river. They know that every failure teaches you not to fail again. They believe that the next key is the bunch might be the right key to open the door of success. They know that Satan attack those who are next in line for a promotion. Secret 2, another spirit. Numbers 14:24. But my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him, and had followed me fully, him will I bring into the land whereinto he went, and his seed shall possess it. This is the spirit that guarantees success in life. Another spirit is the spirit that differentiates you from others. Everyone who has ever succeeded in life has the spirit. It is not the spirit everybody has. It is a different approach to issues in life. It is the spirit that rebels against failure. It rebels against anything that rebels against God's word. This is the spirit that brings you to where you are destined to be. This is the spirit that brought Caleb to his portion. His mates died in the wilderness, but he entered his portion. This spirit has no business with unfaithful people. It does not see impossibilities. It has nothing to do with negative people. The spirit sees God in every situation. The spirit sees God in the beginning, at the middle, and at the end. He knows that at the end of it all, it will all turn out well. Secret 3, greatness. This flash. Life is a burden when it is void of progress. You are envied by angels. You cannot afford to be pitied by men. Psalm 8. If the heavens envy you, you cannot afford to be pitied here on earth. I have an honorable calling. Therefore, I must carry an honorable mentality. John 17 verse 18, John 20 verse 21. If you are called, you cannot be cursed. If you are called, the top is your place. John 14 verse 12. I have to go beyond where he stopped. Matthew 11 9 to 10. There is more inside of me than that in the Old Testament. Prophet Elijah, Isaiah, John the Baptist was great than Elisha. Yet, the least in the kingdom is greater than John. I am too loaded to fail. I am envied by angels. I refuse to be pitied by men. Only those who get angry with failure encounter success. Matthew 12 verse 41. Jonah stirred a city in 3 days. I am greater than Jonah. Therefore, I have more than what Jonah had. I am more than Solomon in wisdom. God sees me greater than Solomon. I am wise, and I have to apply it. Wisdom is the author of wealth. Solomon was very wealthy. Therefore, I have all that it takes to command an enviable position of wealth. If you are called by God, you are equipped for the mission. If I miss the honor that goes with my calling, then I am a disappointment to my caller. My calling carries greatness. To end small is a disgrace. Everything said about Jesus is said about me. Greatness is my birthright. I am too loaded to be stranded. I am too loaded to run a miserable ministry or business. I am too blessed to be stressed. God packages greatness in small containers so that everyone can carry it. If you like to pose, you will be disposed. Secret 4, meekness. Meekness is the secret of living. My meekness determines my inheritance. Nothing disposed like pride. If you are clothed with meekness, your genuineness shall not be contested. Genuine meekness brings you to uncontestable greatness. Don't seek to be known. Seek to know. For they that do know their God shall do exploits. Secret 5, servanthood. Luke 4, verse 16 to 18. And he came to Nazareth, where he has been brought up. And as his custom was, he went up into the synagogue on the Sabbath day, and stood up to read. And there was delivered unto him the book of the prophet Esaias. And when he had opened the book, he found the place where it was written, The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he had anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He had sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captive, and recovering of sight to the blind, to set at liberty them that are bruised. Jesus became a lay reader before he became a preacher. Servanthood is the access road to greatness, from service to greatness. All great men in the Bible serve their way into greatness. Joseph served Potiphar. Elisha served Elijah. Samuel served Eli. David served Saul. Joshua served Moses. The disciples served Jesus. The natural heritage of servanthood is greatness. Servanthood is the grinding machine and preparatory period for you to qualify for the throne. It is a period when the excesses and pride are taken out of a man before he comes into promotion. Luke 22:24-30. Service before appointment. Every great man has a story of service to tell. Service picks a man from the crowd. Where you are sitting is not as important as your service. When it is in your heart to serve, it will be in the heart of God to make you great or anoint you. Philippians 2 verse 5. Those who have the spirit of servanthood don't lay claims to position. Your potential will first be tested and approved before it can be released, and in most cases by those around you. Jesus did claim equality with God, but he made himself of no reputation. It is in my hand to make myself submissive to authority. Humility is not a gift, you develop it. Jesus took upon himself the position of a servant. He humbled himself. Humility is a choice. Humility leads to exaltation. There is a due season for greatness. The encounter of greatness follows the pathway of service. Moses took the cattle to the backside. Moses took the cattle to the backside of the mountain, and there he came to the mountain of God. God will never endue you with higher anointing beyond your capacity to serve or your level of humility. Seek no reputation. Never get hurt when not recognized. Humility. Jesus humbled himself. Humility is a choice. Obedience. Obedience must be tested and proved before lifting. Always place yourself in the position of receiving instruction. Enjoy obedience. Joy in service. Excitement in your heart to serve is obeying every instruction. Faithfulness. Faithfulness when convenient and when not convenient. When you stop serving, you stop leading. Secret 6 thoughts. Philippians 4 verse 8. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are good of good report, if there be any virtue and there be any praise, think on those things. Proverbs 23 verse 7. For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he. Eat and drink, said he to thee, but his heart is not with thee. What do you think all the time? is what you speak. What you speak is what you become. What you think all the time controls your life. You are where you are in life and what you heard today because of the thoughts that have dominated your life. Proverbs 18:20-21. A man's belly shall be satisfied with the fruit of his mouth, and with the increase of his lips shall he be filled. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. The product of your words are the manifestations of your thoughts. You create your worth with your words. Death and life are created by your words. Success and failure are product of your words. Life does not give you more than the content of your heart. Matthew 12:34-37. O generations of vipers, how can ye bring evil speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. A good man out of the good treasure of heart bringeth forth good things. For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. And an evil man bringeth the evil treasures, bringeth forth evil things. But I say unto you, that every idle words that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. For by the words thou shalt be justified, and by the words thou shalt be condemned. Victory and defeat in life are decided by your words, and your words are the product of your thoughts. Out of the abundance of your thoughts in your heart you speak, and the things you say create your word. The choice is yours. You have power over your thoughts. When you control what you think, you will control the choice of what you speak. You will be in control of your destiny. You are a spiritual magnet. Your thoughts attract to you what you emotionally think about. If you think of solution, you will attract solution. If you think of sicknesses and failure all the time, that is what you will attract. If you think of poverty, that is what you will attract. If you think of prosperity, that is what you will attract. Make your choice. You are always free to choose what you think. Secret 7, relationship. Proverbs chapter 21, Proverbs chapter 3, verse 21-24. My son, let not them depart from thy eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. So shall their life be unto their soul, and grace to the neck. Then shalt thou walk in the way safely, and the foot shall not stumble. When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid. Yeah, thou shalt lie down, and the sleep shall be sweet. Do not toy with relationship. Try to keep them. Although it may cost you something, keep them for future's sake. You may not know who you will need in the evening of your life, or who your son or daughter-in-law will be. Value relationship and keep them. Secret 8. Don't conclude. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose. Romans chapter 8, verse 28. Check if there is cooler there. Move those clothes on the floor. Micah chapter 7, verse 8. Rejoice not against me, O my enemies. I shall arise when I sit in darkness. The Lord shall be a light unto me. Do not conclude on any man that is still breathing. A minute can bring a total turnaround in a man's life. Do not conclude on people based on what circumstances that is around them, because what they are going through does not suggest the end of their life. It is just a phase. Do not conclude on yourself based on people's opinion of your presence. Your presence is a phase. You must pass through where you are going. Secret 9, mistake chicken. In Jesus, 1 John chapter 1, verse 8 to 10. If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. If we confess our sin, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sin and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. If we say that we have not sinned, we make him a liar, and his words is not in us. Mistake are normal with the living. The dead cannot make mistake. If you've made some mistake, find out why and continue the journey. Don't die because you've made a mistake. There is no living being who has not made one mistake or the other. The greatest mistake you will ever make is to defend your mistake and remain there. Walk out of that mistake right now. That is the first step into victory. Secret 10. What you say. Proverbs chapter 23, verse 7. For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he. Eat, drink, said he to thee. But his heart is not with thee. Be careful of what you watch. Your eyes are the gates into your thinking faculty. Be careful of what you listen to. Your ears are the gates into your thinking faculty. What you see and hear determines the direction of your thoughts. Your thoughts determines your choice, and your choice is the reason you are here today. Your choice will always be followed by actions. You are a product of your choice. Secret 11, your past. Isaiah 43, verse 18 to 19. Remember, ye are not the former things, neither consider the things of old. Behold, I will do new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Your future is being delayed by the past. You won't let go. God has a short memory when it comes to your forgiving past. He does not need to consult your past to form your future. Let your past go. Destroy your entanglement of your past that is holding you in the present. Your tomorrow is greater than your past, and even your present. Push towards your tomorrow. Your past is known, your present is known, but your future is in the womb and must be delivered. Secret 12. Don't accept failure. Proverbs 24, verse 10. He that faints in the days of adversity, the strength is small. Olua. When you accept failure, it means that your determination is not enough. Things may not go the way you planned and expected them. Sometimes, events conspire against your vision. Speak to me. At this point, you must push on to succeed. You don't give up, because champions are made out of battles they have won. Failures and contradictions of life are there to bring the best out of your lives. When you pass examinations of the present stage of your life, then you will be qualified for the next stage. Any student who is not prepared to face the exam of his present class will remain in that class. So also in the journey of life, at a certain stage, you need to pass life exam to move to the next level of your life. At this difficult time, you must not surrender to your challenges. Rather, your challenges will surrender to you. Ami, Jesu Olúwa o. Secret 13, excuses. Proverbs chapter 26, verse 13 to 15. The thoughtful man said, there's a lion on the way. A lion is in the streets. As the door turneth upon his hinges, so does the thoughtful upon the bed. The thoughtful hid his hand in his bosom. It grieved him to bring it again to his mouth. Excuses will excuse you from your destiny. Excuses are the foundation on which the tower of failure is built. Excuses are the destroyers of people's destinies. Excuses will make you a spectator in life. Excuses will make you only a dreamer and not an achiever. If you can find excuses why you are where you are in life, please try to find one excuse why you should move out of where you are. Excuses will make you arrive late to your destiny. Fight a good fight, Secret 14. Proverbs chapter 24 verse 6. For by wise counsel thou shalt make war, and in multitude of counselors there is safety. Proverbs 25 verse 8. Go not forth hastily to strive, lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof. When the neighbor hath put thee to shame, do not engage in any fight where you will have no benefit as evidence. If you cannot show the reward for quarreling with anyone, then do not go into it. When you have won a war, the evidence and joy of victory is the loot you bring home. Secret 15. Your mind. Proverbs chapter 4 verse 24. Keep the heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Proverbs chapter 19 verse 21. There are devices in a man's heart. All the resources you need to affect your world are locked up in your mind. Renew your mind and expand it, and you will discover that there is a kingdom within you. Your mind is for you to use and create what you were created to create. Your world will not reckon with you until you create what you were created to create. Secret 16. Change. 1 Corinthians 13 verse 11. When I was a child, I speak as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. Change, they say, is the only thing that is constant in life. Therefore, do not be afraid to change. If you refuse to change, you will die in chains. Look around and make the necessary change you need for the next phase of your life. Change is expensive. Hence, many who desire to change fail to change because they could not pay the price. Any change that costs you nothing will produce nothing in your life. Secret 17. Your time. Ecclesiastes chapter 3 verse 1. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. If something will affect your life, take time to study it. Two things will affect your life: time and money. How you spend these two will determine how far you can go in life. 168 hours in a week. How much time do you give to prayers, worship, friends, study, family, food, sleep, exercise, TV, wealth creation, your life dream? When you check the above, it is easy to know where you are heading to. It is what you value and what dominates your mind that take most of your time. Time is money. If you waste your time, you waste your money. Time is always moving and does not wait for anyone. Everyone on earth has equal time, and what you do with your time determines your level of success on earth. Secret, a thing, be in control. Proverbs chapter 22 verse 29. See thou a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men. Never start your day on a neutral note. Take charge. Decide where to go when you go, what to do, and how relevant it is to your day success. Everybody is not needed in your today. Decide what to achieve today. Otherwise, your day will decide what you will get. Set a goal for yourself, a life with goals to achieve and a mission to accomplish. Looks forward to the new day, while the dawn of a new day is the fear of an idle fellow. Start your day with enthusiasm and victorious feeling, like a driver who is in control of a car. Be in control of your life. Water. 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 Have a defined destination for today and each day. It is what you define that you can find. Like a car, the engine must start before it moves. Start your day with the same joyful sound of praise and prayers. Appreciate your Maker for a new day with new opportunities. Be in control of the steering. Your mind is like the steering of a car. Always in control of your mind. Losing your mind to anything is like a driver losing control of the steering of a car. It will all end in disaster. Secret 19. Choices. Luke 15 verse 24. A certain man had 2 sons, and the younger of them said to his father, Father, give me a portion of goods that falleth to me. And he divided unto them his living. And not many days after, the younger son gathered all together and took his journey from a far country, and there wasted his substance with virtuous living. And when he spent all, there arose a mighty famine in the land, and he began to be in want. And he went and joined himself to a citizen of that country, and he sent him into his field to feed swine. And he would fain have filled his belly with the ox that the swine did. That the swine did eat, and no man gave unto him. And when he came to himself, he said, How many hired servants of my father have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger. I will arise and go to my father, and I will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven, and therefore am before thee, and I am no more worthy to be called your son. Make me as one of thy servants. And he arose and came to his father. But when he was yet a great way off, his father saw him and had compassion, and ran and fell on his neck and kissed him. And the son said to him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and in thy sight, and am no more worthy to be called the son. But the father said to his servant, Bring forth the best robe and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand and shoes on his feet, and bring hither the fatted calf and kill it, and let us eat and be merry. For this my son was dead and is alive again. He was lost and he is found. And they began to be merry. Where are you today? Where you are today is a product of choices you made or you failed to make. Your past choices, positive or negative, known or unknown, have placed you where you are today. Where you will be in the future is determined by the choices you will make or fail to make today. Perception creates a new road. Insights determine choices and action. Any new insight in your present situation will bring a change in your choice and action. Life is all about choices. Your choices will either make or mar you. You have the power to choose. But remember that you will be held responsible for your choice. Secret 20. Your daily habits. Proverbs chapter 4, verse 23. Keep the heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Your destiny is tied to your daily habits. Your future is predictable by the choice you make today. Watch what you do with your seconds. They will make your minutes. Watch what you do with your minutes. they will make your hours. Your hours will make your day, and your day will make your weeks. Your weeks will make your year. Your weeks will make your months, and your months will make your year. Whatever you do with your second will show up in your future. Every habit that you keep now has either positive or negative consequences in the future. Any person that is always late to appointments is a matter of time. He will miss his days of visitation. Wake up. Change that old habit that has denied you access to many opportunities. A person that has the habit of investing in personal development has a great future. It is a matter of time. Plan your life. Luke 14, verse 28 to 32. Secret 21. And which of you, intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first and counted the cost, whether he had sufficient plan for it? List. Happily, after he had laid the foundation and is not able to finish it, and all that beyond is, begin to mock him, saying, that man began to build and was unable to finish it. Or what? King, going to make war about another king, going to make war against another king, seated not down first and consult whether he is able with 10,000 to meet him that cometh against him with 20,000. Or else, why the other is yet a great way off, he sent an ambassador and desired conditions of peace. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 1 to 3. I will stand on my watch and set me upon the tower, and I watch to see what he will do unto me, and what I shall answer. And when I am reproved, and the Lord answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain. Write the vision and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. But at the end he shall speak and not lie. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. Sit down and plan. Jesus said, count the cost. Plan your life and estimate what it will cost you to reach where you intend to go. Destiny is at the raid, because People don't plan. Dreams and vision are pardoned. Dreams and vision are pardoned halfway because people plan to plan. People fail to plan. Quarrels abound in many homes because husband and wife fail to plan and budget. If you do not fail to plan, you have planned to fail. Do not leave chance to plan, and do not leave things to chance. God is a God of plan and purpose. Take time to write your plans down. Give yourself a target and a time to achieve your plans. Secret 22. Opportunities. Pillow. 1 Kings chapter 7 verse 3 to 10. And there were 4 leprous men at the entry of the gates. And they said one to another, Why sit? Why sit we here until we die? Why? If we say we will enter into the city, then the famine is in the city, and we shall die there. And if we sit here, we shall die here also. So, now therefore, come, let us fall into the host of the Syrians. If they save us alive, we shall live. If they kill us, we shall die. And they rose up in twilight to go unto the camp of the Syrians. But when they come to the uttermost part of the camp of the Syrians, behold, there was no man there. For the Lord had made the host of the Syrians to hear a noise of horses, even the noise of great hosts. And they said one to another, Lo, the king of Israel had hired against us, the king of the Hittites and the king of the Egyptians, to come upon us. Wherefore they rose and fled in the twilight, and left their tents, and their horses, and their asses, and even the camp as it was, and fled for their life. And when the lepers came to the uttermost part of the camp, they went into one tent, and did eat and drink, and carried the silver, gold, and raiment, and went and eat it, and come again, and entered into another tent, and carried these also, and went and eat it. Then they said one to another, We do not do well. This day is the day of good tidings, and we hold our peace. If we tarry till the morning light, some mischief will come upon us. Now therefore, come, that we may go and tell the king's household. So they came and called upon the porter of the city. And he told them, saying, We came to the camp of the Samaritans, and behold, there was no man there, neither voice of man, but the voices tied, hid, and hid, and the tent as they were. Take advantage of opportunities. Opportunities are always passing your way, though dressed in form of problems. Solve your problems and you will discover the opportunities. Do not miss the opportunities, because the same opportunities are always flying to shoot at them. So, shoot at them. You will not stop until you accurately shoot at them. Opportunities don't just knock at one's doorpost. They usually come silently and stand as a problem to be recognized and solved by opportunity takers. Achievers are those who seize the opportunities that comes their way. Secret 23. Change your harvest. Galatians chapter 6 verse 7. Be not deceived, God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. To change your harvest, change your seed. You don't expect to reap what you did not plant. Every wise farmer knows that the quality and quantity of their seed determines the quality and quantity of their harvest. Again, farmers do not just plant seeds and abandon them till harvest time. They tender and water and their seed. They watch over their farms and do not allow intruders to destroy their crops. Farmers know that if they need all manner of harvest, then they will plant all manner of seed. Your seed is in the micro picture of your future. Farmers know that every seed has its time, duration, and season before it produces. They don't pray to change the time and season. You don't plant yam in January and expect harvest in February. You don't plant plantain and expect to reap rice. The period of time it will take a tree to produce isn't the same time it will take a corn to produce. Two kinds of mentality rule the world: hunter and farmer mentality. A hunter will follow one game, kill it, roast it, and eat it all. But a farmer plants different seeds, harvests them, eats some, and keep some for the next season of farming. People with the hunter mentality never succeed in life. You can't eat your seed and expect harvest. Secret 24. Ideas. Deuteronomy chapter 8 verse 18. But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he swore unto the Father, as it is this day. All the money you need is in one productive idea from God. Men with ideas rule their world. God gave Moses a plan and not a building. He gave Joseph a gift of dreams and interpretation and not a throne. He gave Esther an idea of how to reach the king's heart banquet. He gave Gideon idea to select his army and win the battle. All you need is one idea from God. That will change your life. Work on that one idea from God and you will amaze your generation. You will run ahead of those who had gone before you. Mr. King Gillett, while shaving in 1895, got an idea on how to create razor blades so cheap that people could easily replace them. It took years, like all great ideas do, but by 1998, the sales of this idea had reached 10.1 billion US dollars. God does not answer money prayers with cash. He gives you an idea that will solve a problem, and then cash is paid to you. Money paid to you as a result of your idea is not a favor, but a consequence of your being faithful to your idea. Until your idea can solve human problem or translate into goods and services, money will not come to you. An idea is God's product. Goods and services are products of ideas. Money is the product of goods and services. Do not ask God for money, but ask Him for productive and profitable ideas. Secret 25. Your actions. Galatians 6 verse 7. Be not deceived, God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Your actions, negative or positive, has consequences. Your action will not go unnoticed in the affairs of life. Their consequences may not show up now, but they will manifest one day. Therefore, be careful of what you do or say tomorrow may produce their result. During break, say the right things, do the right things, no matter how hard. Secret 26. Nobody owes you anything. Romans chapter 8 verse 19. For the earnest expectation of the creature waited for the manifestation of the sons of God. Stop moving around and behaving like somebody owes you something. Even the government does not owe you anything. Your parents, church, siblings, and associates owes you nothing. Rather, you are the one that is owing your word, what God has deposited in you. You don't have the right to leave this world without releasing all that God has put in you. You must have impact. You must make impact before you depart. Your generation is waiting for your manifestation. Secret 27. Don't waste your season. Ecclesiastes chapter 3 verse 1. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. Life gives peace and space. It is up to you to feel it. Wait, how and when you feel it is your choice. Do not act as though you have 1,000 years to live. Your journey on earth is limited. Hence, you cannot afford to waste anything. You have only one opportunity to live on earth. Therefore, make it count. You are created to live within a season and fulfill the reason for your creation within that season. If you waste your season, you will not fulfill the reason for which you were created. You have this opportunity now to make your life count. Maximize it. Life offers you 3 reasons, Jeremiah. The morning season, Jeremiah. The afternoon season, Jeremiah. The night seasons. The first 30 years of your life is your morning season. The second 30 years of your life is your is your afternoon season. The last 30 years is your evening season or night season. The most crucial of this season is your morning season. Do not waste it. Those who waste their morning season use their afternoon to recover their morning, and before they realize it, their afternoon will be gone. Psalm 90 verse 12 says, "Teach us to number our days, so that we can apply our hearts to wisdom. Do not waste your season." Philippians chapter 2 verse 5. "Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus." Character. Secret 28. Character. Character is your life display. Character is your life on display for others to see. It is the sum total of your behavior. Character is the prophecy of your tomorrow. Character will place value on you. Character is the voice of your spirit. Character is what keeps you standing when others are falling. Character is a choice. Secret 29. Maximize the moment. Ecclesiastes chapter 9 verse 4 to 12. "For to him that is joined to all living, there is hope. For a living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not anything, neither have they any more a reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. All their love and their hatred and their envy is not perished, neither have any more a portion forever is anything that is done under the sun. Go the way, eat the bread with joy, and drink the wine with a merry heart. For God now accepts the works. Let the garment be always white, and let the head lack no ointment. Live joyfully with the wife, whom thou lovest all the days of your life. The vanity which he had given thee under the sun, all the days of vanity, for that is the portion in this life, and in the labor which thou takest under the sun. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with the might, for there is no work nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave, whither thou goest. I return, and I saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skills. but time and chance happeneth to them all. For man also knoweth that his time for man also knoweth that his time as the fishes that are taken in an evil net, and as the bird that are caught in the snare. So are the sons of men snared in an evil time, when it falleth suddenly upon them. Only the living has the opportunity to change and make progress in life. Only the living can plan for tomorrow. Only the living can praise and thank God. Secret 30. Attitude. Proverbs chapter 24 verse 10. If thou faint in the days of adversity, thy strength is small. Attitude is the sum total of your thoughts. A positive attitude will manage challenge and still be focused. But a negative attitude will derail you in the presence of challenges. Attitude is the sum total of your thoughts, words, emotion, and action. Attitude is everything. Your attitude speaks for you in your absence. Life is full of events. Life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you respond to it. A positive attitude will manage challenges and still be focused, but a negative attitude will derail you. A negative attitude will derail you in the presence of challenges. Your attitude will make or mar you. Other books by Bishop Abraham Shibudu. The Great First Edition, Great Benin, the Akaraza of Post-Colonial Culture, I've done it, and its relationship with the Europeans since 1400 AD. Nekpe Obasogie. ISBN 978-17777-18022. The origin of the word Edo. Edo, a slave boy who was killed by Oba Waifokun army in the 15th century in Benin. During the interview with Chris Ebu in 2020, he narrated the origin of the word Edo. Here is the story. The kingdom of Benin was renamed after Obaewaye 1440 to 1473. After a slave boy named Edo, the Benin Kingdom, also known as Edo, has gone through a very significant phases throughout its long and glorious history. It was originally called Igodomigodo from the time of the first Ogiso, Oba Igodo, to the period of Evian, who became and was unceremoniously banished from the land. Who became the administrator of the kingdom after the last Ogiso, called Owodo, the 31st Ogiso, and was unceremoniously banished from the land. Evian later appointed his son Ogiere as successor. With the banishment of Owodo, there was an interregnum in the Benin Kingdom. Throughout that period, the kingdom was known as Igodomigodo. Significantly, this was the dawn of a new era. When Oromia Omonoya, the son of Izodua Oduduwa, arrived in the kingdom to commence the second dynasty, running as the first Oba, as he made the exit out of the land, he made an explicitly remarkable statement: Ile Binu, meaning the land of vexation, which the aborigines held and corrupted to Ubini. The land became known as Ubini until the arrival of the Portuguese, who, for the convenience of their tongue, pronounced it as Bini. Until this day, the name Bini and the Benin people have occupied the South Senatorial District of Edo State and remained under the cover of the present-day Edo State since 1991, when the Edo and Delta State was created from the former Bende State. It is a known fact in the history of Benin Kingdom that Prince Ogun, who later took the title name of Obaeware, fought relentlessly to regain the throne of his father, Obanwe. Before Prince Ogun became the Oba of Benin in 1440 AD, the throne was occupied by a well-known throne usurper, Prince Waifokun. The younger brother of Prince Ogun, in retrospect, Prince Ogun narrowly escaped death when he was attacked by Oba Waifoku henchmen. Fleeing, he wandered into the forest and then into the house of Chief Ogieva Emonuekpo, where he took refuge. In the spirit of empathy and solidarity, Chief Ogieva embraced the prince and took care of him. Hospitality like never before was extended to the young prince. Then, the host placed Prince Ogun in the care of his slave, Edo. As a way of concealing the secret of the prince's whereabouts, Edo neatly prepared an empty well and lowered a ladder into it for access. Prince Ogun descended into the well to take refuge. There he slept and woke up every day. Whenever Chief Ogefa was on a routine duty of visiting the palatial ground, Prince Ogun was usually left with Edo the slave boy. Consequently, their relationship blossomed into one of enviable cordiality that led to rumors circulating about the friendship between the prince and the slave. Those rumors filtered into the ears of Uwaifoku, whose immediate reaction was to ensure that the royal armies paraded Chief Ogefa before him at the palace. Against the backdrop of the unfolding sad events, the slave boy, Edo, perceived the obnoxious act and reacted immediately. Edo went to the well and lowered the gateway ladder into it to allow Prince Ogun and to climb out of his hideout. Edo gave Prince Ogun water and food to enable him have enough strength to escape. Meanwhile, at the palace, Prince Chief Ogefa stood in front of the Osompa and his loyalists, answering a battery of questions. For the sake of his life, Chief Ogefa answered the questions from interrogators in a very diplomatic way and pledged his false loyalty to Waifoku. Chief Ogefa claimed he arrested and held Prince Ogun in his home. For the good of Waifoku and the people, immediately, Oba Waifoku ordered his warriors to effect the rest of the purported captive, Prince Ogun. To their surprise, when they opened the book, they had it. Immediately, Oba Waifoku ordered his warriors to effect the rest of the purported captive. Prince Ogun, at the Waifoku command, as a sacrificial lamb for the crime of fleeing Prince Ogun, Edo had remained a faithful loyalist to Prince Ogun to the very end. The slave boy Edo was accused of having a hand in the deed and was slaughtered as a sacrificial lamb. That would have surely befallen him if he had been captured by Oba Waifoku and his supporters. Edo was seen as a hero who died on the quest of justice. Prince Ogun travails were eventually put to an end by the intervention of a military force that was interceded on his behalf. This military campaign succeeded in bringing the usurper reign to an end. In ancient Benin Kingdom, an Oba Waifoku was killed at a Mota market spot. Today, that spot lies on the road between Ibiwe and Oba Market, near the ring road axis of Benin City Ramfire. In the Benin Kingdom, the Crown Prince traditionally takes a new name before ascending the throne of his forefathers Ramfire. In line with this age-old tradition, after Prince Ogun defeated Prince Waifoku, he was crowned on the 12th. He was crowned the 12th Oba of Benin and took the name Oba Ewaye in 1948 the Ramfire. The saddest part of the coronation was that it was conducted without his good friend Edo. The slave boy who stood by him during his travails and tribulations, standing by him at the ceremony, Edo absence in the coronation ceremony of Prince Ogun as Oba Ewaye of the Great Kingdom, reminded the new king of his unpaid debts to Edo. As a mark of honor, Oba Ewaye renamed the entire land Edo as a way to pay homage to the chivalrous slaves who saved his life. Chapter 1. My childhood experience in Benin, a post-colonial culture. Nekme Obasogie. I was born in 1970s in the Great Benin Kingdom, in the southern part of Nigeria, Ramfire. Benin is a part of the south region of Nigeria. In the west of African sub-region. As a young child, growing up under the tutelage of my parents, it was explicit that my enthusiasm and keenness to acquire Western education was deeply rooted in my father's motto. Education is the most potent tool for success and civilization. I absorbed my father's comment and was inspired by his academic background to such an extent that I would be doomed without a Western education. I was very persistent and determined to become successful in life. My father's inspirational comments were surfers in my thoughts, and his position as a school teacher encouraged me as a child in the early 90s. As a child in the early 80s, it was very difficult to look straight into my father's eyes and tell him how much he inspired me academically. But I kept his message in my mind and made efforts to realize my goal by acquiring a quality education. However, I knew little about the roots of the Western education in the Benin Kingdom, as we were not taught about the origin of the Western education, either in school or at home. Besides, I was faced with exclusion, and when my gender became a barrier in my journey to acquire such an education. Over time, I realized that the Western education is an alien system that was introduced to Benin by the Europeans. My first account about the white people was converged in the folk of a folktale. As a child, growing up in the 1980s, several experiences gleamed through my mind, especially those fancy stories of one's childhood. Storytelling. One of the first experiences of note is the relationship between the then British colonies and the Great Benin Kingdom. As a child, Living in the rural outskirts of Benin City, there were times when the stories and interaction between the British and explorers and the Benin monarch were verbally related to us. Those of us who were interested caught on to these stories about how the coming of the British into the kingdom eventually resulted in a war between Benin and Britain. During the reign of Oba Ovorame, the most popular among the stories that I can vividly recall was the one involving some British officers who brought gifts and a European woman who was able to who was given as a wife to the Oba of Benin to enhance the cordial relationship between the Benin Kingdom and Britain. Unfortunately, the arrival time of the Europeans was inauspicious as they came when they visit by foreigners to the Oba, it was prohibited. According to tradition, receiving foreigners into the kingdom was not entertained by the prevailing culture of the Benin people. During the annual Igwe festival, the period of abstinence, a royal emissary had politely informed the Europeans of this and warned them of the Oba concern about their visit, as it was scheduled at the wrong time. However, the foreigners were adamant and would not heed to those warnings of the ban and prohibition. Their defiance led to a violent confrontation, and they were killed in the process by the Benin chiefs. When the tragic news got back to Britain, the people were enraged and sought revenge. A punitive expedition was dispatched by the British government and invaded Benin in 1897. This led to a full-blown war between the two kingdoms. During the invasion, a lot of Benin people were massacred, and the reigning king, Oba Ovorame, was captured, tried, and disposed by the British authority. He was sent to exile to Calabar over his alleged involvement in the massacre of the British officers. The war led to the destruction and looting of the Benin artifacts from the Oba Palace by the British soldiers. There were many conspiracy theories making the round in regards to the disposition of Oba Ovorame. Some argued that the exiled monarch should have married the British woman who was given to him as a wife by the British people. The king had vigorously objected because he thought if he accepted the wife, the white people will one day find a way to dethrone him. And take over the land. Moreover, it would have been a taboo for the king to marry the white woman, who would have changed the bloodline of the monarch. By right, the Oba of Benin is a progenitor and must, at all time, maintain the pure bloodline of the land. The Benin monarchy operates under a primogeniture system. The succession of the Obaship is from a father to his eldest child. Therefore, it is forbidden for a king to marry a non-Edo woman. However, the story of the white woman of the Oba of Benin is a distorted story of the actual history of the Benin-Britain relationship, as the British did not bring any white woman to the Oba of Benin to marry. Many other stories can be found within songs. There are songs of how the British came to dismantle the stool of the Benin monarch, and about how they carted with several thousand popular Benin artifacts from the palace, many of which have been yet to be returned. This song were so sonorous. There are songs of how the British came to dismantle and desecrate the stool of the Benin monarch, and about how they carted away with several thousands popular Benin artifacts from the palace, many of which have yet to be returned. Those songs were so sonorous and popular in the Benin Kingdom then, and even today, that they became songs of treasure. Often, songs of treasures, often signifying resilience to most Benin people. Another milestone experience while growing up in the village near Benin City opens me up to the rich culture of storytelling, which was very common and popular at that time. The art of storytelling was one of our major recreational activities in the village. As a child, I was told stories of the British people and stories of the tortoise that went to a feast with birds on the top of a tree, as well as others. They were stories in line with the storytelling tradition of the Benin people. Every evening, children of mixed ages, we gather around in a circle to be entertained with folktale. Sometimes some of these stories we accumulate in the interaction between the British people and the King of Benin. We are conveyed as a form of folklore, accompanied by song. The lyrics of these stories were real, or just part of the tradition of folklore told to the Benin Kingdom. It was not until I began going to secondary school that I realized that the most of these stories of the British invasion were indeed true stories. The culture of sophistication. The culture and tradition of the Benin people are remarkably complex and elaborate. The Benin people are customarily described as a unique people due to the rich cultural heritage in West Africa. This was echoed by the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, in a speech delivered in Benin City during the National Festival of Arts and Culture in 2019. He depicted Benin as a citadel of culture, an ancient city that is steeped in the splendor of our cultural fineness and tradition. I cannot think of a more befitting host for the festival or a site more appropriate to celebrate and reflect upon our cultural heritage. The importance of events like this is to highlight the importance of memory. We must always look back at our history, not because we want to romanticize the past, but because the ancient landmark of our history gives us a sense of our bearing that helps us to navigate the present and the future. I think, as they deserve that, the Edo State government is pursuing a cultural agenda that includes the recovery of lost treasure of the culture of the Benin Kingdom from all the places they have been taken across the world. The invasion of the Benin Kingdom in 1897 would have ended in lesser civilization. Instead, the royal dynasty survived, and the legacy of Benin endured. Not only through the lineage of the noble royal houses, but also in the evidence of the resilience of our people. I just had the pleasure of inspecting some of the work of the local guides and artisans, and they have existed for more than 500 years. This is an example of what the spirit of Benin is all about. Resilience, tenacity, creativity, these are attributes that can elevate and inspire our nation as a road to greater achievements. The statement of the Vice President summarized that the Benin people have endured over these years and how they are perceived by people across the globe. Despite the annihilation caused by British colonial rule, Benin remains the archiver of culture in both current and modern times. The sophistication of the Benin culture was the main factor that astounded the early European explorer who had contact with the ancient Benin in the late 1897. Chapter 1. Check your understanding. 1. How has storytelling shaped the author understanding of colonial power in Benin City? 2. What led Nigerian President Yemi Osibanjo to refer to Benin as the citadel of culture? Chapter 4. The advent of the Europeans in the Benin Kingdom in in the 15th century, page 47. The Portuguese as the first Europeans to visit Benin. In 1969, King Afonso V of Portugal contacted Fernão Gomes to discover 100 leagues of coast every year for 5 consecutive years, starting from Sierra Leone. In early 1471, Gomez and some of the men he employed had sailed to St. George the Mina, and in the 5th year of the contract, in 1474, they had discovered the coast of Benin and other regions. Roth, 1903, page 4. Rue de Sequoia is recorded as the first Portuguese explorer to visit Benin around 1472, page 4. At that time, Oba Ewai the Great was the king of Benin. Although no meaningful relationship was established between Oba Ewai and the Portuguese at that time, historical record have it that Oba Zolua, a son of Oba Ewai, received the second set of the Portuguese visitors in the Benin Kingdom around 1485, Asein 2017, page 2. In the mid-1480s, the land of Benin was discovered beyond the mine, rivers of the slavers, by João Afonso de Aveiro, a Portuguese explorer, who later died in Benin. Roth, 1903, page 4. History has it that the first wave of European visitors to the Benin Kingdom came in the late 15th century, with the Portuguese being the first to arrive during the reign of Oba Ewai. During this early period of contact, one of the first impressions made upon the Portuguese were the Benin body marking, with the Portuguese acknowledging the uniqueness of the Benin people and the kingdom's societal structure. According to Roth, the people of Benin had frados marked with iron on the eyebrows, and this sign no other Negroes have, but these, so they can easily be distinguished. Roth, 1903, page 6. The mark must have been the Benin body marking that was mandatory among the Benin tribe in ancient times. The earliest group of European explorers saw Benin as a well-organized society and its people as intensely complex and firm in their decision. The relationship between the Portuguese and the Benin people became more cordial and elaborate during the reign of Oba Zolua's son and successor, Oba Esige, who ruled the kingdom between 1504 and 1550. Today in Benin, Oba Esige is popularly depicted as the king who received and established a mutual relationship between the Portuguese and the Benin Kingdom during the period of early contact. The relationship between the Portuguese and Benin resulted in the establishment of diplomatic relations and the exchange of envoys of materials, such as military supplies, irons, guns, coral beads, cowries, and more. The Portuguese introduced a currency to Benin, the Malila. More on this in chapter 8. while Benin supplied pepper, palm kernel, slave, and ivory. The relationship led the King of Portugal to establish a trading fort in Benin, which is equivalent to a modern-day embassy. The first wave of Britain in Benin. The first British expedition to Benin City commenced in the mid-16th century. The early Portuguese merchants who explored Benin took the news of the economic development and the military might of the Oba of Benin to Europe. Athensburg, 1975. The news obviously got to Benin, motivating the British people to visit Benin. Afterwards, in 1553, 2 ships and a pinnace from Bristol, under which the command of 2 captains, Thomas Windham and Antonio Anes Pintado, embarked on the journey to Benin. Osariemen, 1893, page 2. Pintado was an excellent Portuguese sailor and skilled navigator who assisted the English in their first voyage to Benin. The British expedition spent about 6 months en route before finally arriving at the mouth of the Benin River, Hohonton, and walking the remainder of the way to Benin City. Captain Pintado, together with an English gentleman named Nicholas Lambert and other merchants, were directed to the King's Court, 10 leagues from the river. The English visitor had a most friendly reception from the Oba of Benin, who spoke to them in Portuguese. Osariemen, 1898, page 3. This must have been Oba Orobua, who ruled the Benin Kingdom from 1550 to 1580. Osariemen indicated that the Oba had learnt the Portuguese language when he was a child. Page 3. It should be called that Oba Orobua was the first king of Benin who received a Western education in Portugal. He was sent to Portugal by his father, Oba Hesige, to acquire Western literacy and study the ways of life of the Europeans. When he was a crown prince, see chapter 7 for more details about the history of Orobua. The Black Moor or Negro. During the 16th century, when the English trader visited Benin, black Africans were called Black Moors or Negro by the European. Osariemen, 1898, page 3. After the king of Benin discovered that the British has come for the purpose of trade, he did not only promise to fill their ships with pepper, which was the main article of export at that time, but also, in case the pepper was not enough, they had not enough merchandise to pay for the pepper, the king actually proposed to give them credit till the next season. Page 3. The early visitors to Benin greatly expressed their gratitude over the hospitality and receptive attitude of the Benin kings and his people. The death of English visitors in the 16th century. The first English visitors stayed in Benin City for about 30 days, but during this time, some of them, as a result of drinking palm wine and other causes, were dying at the rate of 4 and 5 in a day. Osariemen, 1898, page 4. Neither Captain Windham or Captain Pintado made it back to Europe, with many others falling sick and dying on the way to England as well. Page 4. According to Osariemen, The unfortunate expedition led the crew to sink one of their ships for want of hands to navigate it. They eventually returned to England with scarcely 40 out of the original 140 able-bodied men who had started in it. Page 5. It was a sad ending. What was probably the second group of British traders to Benin met Ogba Ehenebuda, who reigned from 1580 to 1602. The relationship who reigned from 1580 to 1602. The relationship between the British and the Benin became more cordial, with consistent trading between the two before Britain's eventual invasion of Benin in 1897. Benin was a major commercial entry port of trading center between the Europeans and other West African states in the Guinea coast. However, the relationship between the Benin and Britain turned sour in the late 19th century as the British came with their colonial agenda and plan for dominance over the Benin Conference. Also, as Congo Conference, West Africa Conference of 1884 to 1885. They brought an unequal treaty to be signed by the Oba of Benin. That and other concomitant events linked to the British invasion of 1897. Oba Ozolua and the Portuguese. The first wave of Europeans met Oba Ewaye on the throne during the late 1400s, but Oba Ozolua, a son of Oba Ewaye, reportedly consolidated ties and established a mutual relationship with the Portuguese explorer in Benin around 1485. During his reign, the Olokun priest, Olokun is the name of a deity in Benin, who was the Enogie Duke of Huoton, Guato, an ancient Benin village, was the first Benin ambassador to Europe, traveling to Portugal in the year 1485. That was a full 7 years before the discovery of the New World of the Americans by Christopher Columbus in 1492. Asein 2017, page 2. The Olokun priest of Wotan, who was sent on his ambassadorial trip by Oba Ozolua, was accompanied by one of the Portuguese explorers, John Afonso de Aveiro, to Lisbon. Afonso de Aveiro reportedly died in Uoton village, and was the first of many Europeans who were buried in the soil of Uoton. Asein 2017, page 2. The Olokun priest of Uoton village visit Portugal. In a nutshell, the reception of the Benin ambassador by the King of Portugal in Lisbon was quite impressive and memorable. A British colonist, Erin Roth, described the Benin ambassador as a man of prudence and natural knowledge. Roth 1903, page 5. He was received with great festivities and was shown many of the good things in Portugal. The King of Portugal and his wife presented the Benin ambassador with rich dresses and sent at the same time to the King of Benin a rich present of things, which they thought the king would greatly benefit from. Page 5. They also sent holy and Catholic advice with entreaties for the people of Benin to embrace the Christian faith, and great censures for the heresies and great idolatries and filthy carriers. Page 5. Ferticaria, page 5. The mission of the Europeans was to Christianize the Benin people and eradicate their indigenous belief system. A Benin priest helped shape the trajectory of the world. During the visit, the local priest, Benin ambassador, told the King of Portugal about the relationship between the Oba of Benin and the Oni of Ife. This information was said to have led to the discovery of the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa by Bartholomew Dias, also called Bartholomew Dias, during his voyage in 1488. The expedition was sponsored and authored by King John II of Portugal after he listened to the story of Oba Ozolwa, priest. Asein 2017, page 2. During this period, some Muslim countries occupied and blocked the land routes to the Asian continent for the Europeans by occupying the whole of Middle East and Mediterranean coast of North America. Asein stated that the military and religious restriction of the Europeans by those Islamic countries ended in May 1453, when Muslim Turks conquered Constantinople, now known as Istanbul, the first fully Christian city in the world. Page 2. The voyage of Bartholomew Dias and his discovery of the bottom of Africa freed European traders from the Muslim land blockage, leading Dias to name the region the Cape of Good Hope. The Hope stands for this fortunate geographical discovery that would allow Christian Europe to circumvent the total Muslim occupation of the Middle East and allow them to access the Asian continent. Page 2. It is important to acknowledge the fact that the information given to the King of Portugal by the Benin priest directly led to the discovery of Cape of Good Hope by Bartholomew Dias in South Africa. I'll be going on a short break. Thank you very much. We are reading The Great Benin, the Archiser of Post-Colonial Culture and its relationship with the Europeans since 1400 AD by Nekbene Oba Sogie. Europeans paid homage to the Oba of Benin. Prior to the conquest of Benin by the Britain in 1897, it was customary for Europeans to pay homage to the Oba of Benin before conducting any trade with the kingdom. Count. We've exceeded. Ryder wrote that a Portuguese merchant, São Miguel, spent almost a month on his way from Portugal before arriving at the port of Guato on May 16, 1522, page 56. Immediately upon arrival, the sailor and clerk went directly to Benin City, where they paid homage to the Oba and delivered presents customarily given to the ruler before commencement of trading. It was recorded that the present consisted of 20 ounces of coal, 4 Indian caps, and 10 half yard of red satin for the monarch. Who was described as the readathon in charge of European trade, while 10 years was reserved for Gregorio Lorenco and Dom Antonio. Who were probably remunerated for their services as interpreters to the Oba. Following the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885, European power partitioned the continent of Africa among themselves, and Benin was given to Britain. Many of the European nations were then restricted from visiting Benin. As a result, the kingdom lost contact with several of its former foreign partners. Before the partition, however, European traders, mainly from Portugal, came to the city to trade, while their ships were anchored at Ohoto Harbor. Some of them even rented houses in Benin City for the accommodation purposes and warehouse to keep the commodities they purchased. The introduction of currency to Benin by the Portuguese through Ohoto. The Europeans brought currency to the Benin Kingdom, which made the economy boom. The currency consisted of 2 denominations, one high and one low. The first story building in Nigeria was in Ohoto, Benin Kingdom. The first story building in the Benin Kingdom was built in Ohoto in 1718 by Dutch merchant Asein 2015, page 149. That story building was built more than 100 years before the story building in Badagry, Lagos State, where the foundation was laid in 1842 and completed in 1845. The story building in Uwotan was destroyed during the British invasion of Benin in 1897, but the building in Badagry is still standing. Over the years, it has become a tourist attraction in Lagos. The building in Lagos is erroneously regarded as the first story building in Nigeria. But with this new discovery, it is imperative for historians and researchers to rewrite history that was distorted, as history continues to embark on new historical findings for future generations. In the Benin Kingdom, the Dutch merchants resided in a Uwotan story building, which also served as a warehouse and store where the Dutch West India Trading Company transacted business with the Benin people. Asein 2015, page 149. In addition, the story building was used for sharpening the technical expertise of Benin blacksmiths and carpenters. The Dutch trader resided on the upper floor of the building, while the ground floor consisted of both the shop where the merchandise was sold and the storehouse where the export purchases were kept until the arrival of ships from Elmina Castle, modern-day Ghana, which was about twice a year, page 149. The ships from Elmina Castle, which the Dutch were taking over the Portuguese in the mid-17th century, brought fresh trade goods from Europe and took the exports accumulated during the interval between trips. The commercial relationship between the people of Benin and the Dutch was highly beneficial to Benin, as Dutch materials helped to enhance the development of Benin City. Slave trade in Benin. The transatlantic slave trade commenced in the 15th century when Portugal and other European countries explored the shores of Africa and established mutual relationship with the African authorities. This coincided with the period in which the first set of Portuguese ships sailed to the Benin Kingdom. History tells us that the selling of slaves to the European merchants for export to American was highly unpopular in Benin. Studies shows that majority of male slaves that were sold in Benin were foreigners. In fact, the Oba prohibited the sales of native, according to Roth, 1903. The native in Benin cannot be sold for slave, but are all free and alone bear the name of the king's slave. It was not allowed to explore any male slave that were sold in Benin country. Roth also claimed that the majority of the slaves who were sold in Benin and neighboring Warri were trafficked and convicted for crimes or had contravened the law of the land. Page 103. The high rate of civil war in that period also yielded batches of prisoners of war that were sold to the European slave traders in Benin. Write the 1969, page 196. That is right, and 1969, page 196. Although some slaves were properly acquired through the normal course of trade with neighboring states, but it's still no concrete evidence that Benin ever engaged in a systematic slave trading network as compared to the ports of Eastern Delta, or that it ever undertook systematic slave raiding. Page 196. The Obas of Benin rejected the European Atlantic slave trade. According to historical accounts, the kings of Benin disallowed the capturing and selling of indigenes of Benin as slaves to the Europeans. In line with the Obas' strong opposition to the sales of male slaves, separate market spots were established for male and female slaves. Any slave dealer who was willing to buy slaves on both sexes had to bargain at two markets, and it was far more difficult to obtain than to buy. Right, the 1969, page 45. Asein 2017 stated that the female slaves were brought from neighboring nations and docked at the port of Ogoton in Benin, page 8. On the whole, these practices seem to suggest that males were more highly regarded and valued within the community. A common occurrence in patriarchal society, one cannot fully understand the complex reason behind the introduction of the patriarchal society. One cannot fully understand the complex reason behind the introduction of a patriarchal societies. It is not uncommon for men to be highly regarded and valued within the community, while women are more likely to be considered expendable. Slave trade along the Benin River started declining during the 18th century. For example, in 1798, the English ships that were sent into the area brought a total of 19,450 slaves in the Eastern Delta, but only 1,000 in the Benin Kingdom, and most of those were acquired from the Shekiris people. Rather, 1969, page 96. Benin either rejected the slave trade outright, or at least refused to become a slave trade state on a grand scale in the late 18th century. One thing which seems clear is that the gender disparity embedded in the slave trade was either introduced in order to take advantage of a growing demand for slave trade, for slave trade in Benin. However, slaves were brought to Benin by slave traders from neighboring nations for exchange of goods with the Europeans at Oton seaport. The Oba of Benin may have rejected the selling of his subject as slave to foreigners, but to protect his kingdom from collapsing and to help maintain his military might, in the 18th century, European slave traders observed more than 10,000 slaves held under the auspices of the defense minister of Benin, the chief Ezomo, a title which became hereditary that was bestowed upon certain chiefs who are regarded as next to an Oba in prestige and status, such as a top-ranking warship or military commander, which he never sold. Wrote 1903, page 128. The Ezomo had between 50,000 and 60,000 men under him in the kingdom, and many of them were kept for a purpose of defense for war. Page 128. There is a proverb in Benin that says, "No circumstances will ever persuade the Oba and the Ezomo of the Benin kingdom to sell their slaves." Chapter 9. The intricate cultural practices of the Benin people. Page 82. The cleansing of the European feet-washing cultural ritual in Benin. The Benin Kingdom is very unique in the world today due to its elaborate and intricate cultural traditions. Historical records have it that the Benin people practice ritual feet watching with the Europeans somewhere between the 16th and 19th century. Chief Ezomo of the Benin Kingdom took care of the European visitor before they were allowed to traverse the city of Benin. Ezomo regularly sat in his palace in Uzebu, monitoring the movement of the European traders from the Oton seaport into Benin, and ensuring no harm passed through these foreign traders to disturb the peace and tranquility of the city. European visitors were mandated to stop at the palace, where they ritually wash their feet in a large brass basin of water, to which some fresh leaves have been added before they were allowed to proceed into the inner city. The purpose of this ritual was to ensure that no danger accompanying the visitor feet into the city. About 1903. Similarly, states that whenever the European arrive at the palace of the Ezomo, who was the defense minister and the richest chief in the kingdom of Benin at that time, they were required to wash their feet in two large brass basins, 9 feet in circumference, which were brought in full of water. Page 128. The white men were not allowed to see the Ezomo, whose power was almost equal to that of the king or any other chief or noble in Benin, without first partaking in the feet washing ceremony. It was confirmed that is who has been sent to conduct the war with a neighboring nation had fallen in battle. Page 128. Consequently, the office of the Ezomo had therefore passed on the news to his teenage son. Chief Ezomo offered kola nuts to the Europeans. Kola nuts, fruits of the tropical kola tree, are indigenous to West Africa. They are about the size of a chestnut, contain caffeine, and have a bitter taste when chewed fresh, but a milder taste when dried. Kola nuts are used as a religious object on sacred offering during prayers, ancestors' veneration, and other significant life ceremonies, and are given as symbol of hospitality, friendship, and respect. The tradition of offering kola nuts to visitors in Benin is very symbolic. At the Ezomo Palace, It was part of a long tradition to offer glasses of rum and some kola nut in a long wooden box, beautifully carved and ornamented, to visitors. Wrote 1903, page 128. Visitors from Europe between the 15th and 19th centuries were affectionately received and entertained this way. And many were okay with it. Attempted regicide in Benin. A tragic incident happened in Benin during the 18th century when Dutch merchant Hogg attempted regicide, the purposeful killing of a king, often assigned or associated with usurpation of power. In the palace, the period of the incident can be traced back to the reign of Asein Angel, who ruled the Benin Kingdom between 1713 and 1735. In this instance, it seemed likely that the feet washing ritual was not performed, and Hogg almost committed regicide when he fired openly on the Oba. The bullet missed their mark. However, instead, hit and killed one of the king's sword bearers in the palace. According to Asein 2001, some Benin chiefs had received a credit facility from the Dutch West African Company in 1734 for the supply of some merchandise, but we are not forthcoming despite the strenuous effort by the Dutch officers to make them fulfill their side of the bargain. Page 176. The company account book went read on severe pressure on Commandant Hogg. We are being brought to bear by the Director General of the company, Animal Castle Headquarters, to balance the book. To complicate matters, some of the slaves Hogg bought at the escape from the Houghton trading station, where the two traders resided at Houghton Beach. In desperation, the commandant traveled to Houghton to Benin to seek the help of the Oba in resolving the dilemma, especially with regards to the matter of the runaway slaves. Some chiefs in the palace claimed that it was the responsibility of the commandant to provide adequate securities for the goods he has already bought and collected. In the middle of the meeting, Og lost his temper, pulled out a pistol, and fired at the Oba. But the bullet hit and killed an Omada, one of the traditional sword bearers in Bedlam. Og escaped from the palace and ran back to Uwoto, where he took refuge. Page 177. Chief Roger, the Azomo of Uzebu, and his eldest son or successor, went to Uwoto to arrest Commandant Og and report him to Benin, where he was tried and executed for murder and attempted regicide in Benin. Page 177. A letter was actually written and dated regarding the death of Og. According to the surviving document, on December 30th, 1734, the Dutch chief factor at the company called Akpa wrote to the Director General of the Dutch West African Company, relating that a ship from Benin River had told him that Commander Og went to collect some debt, and when he was in the presence of the Oba, a dispute arose, and he pulled out a pistol, intending, he said, to shoot a king, but he failed to do that, and instead shot down one of the most important chiefs. Right in 1969, page 183. As a result of the attempted regicide and the killing of the King Omada, the letter went on to relate that Og was seized by the Benin authorities and was put in irons. Page 183. Og's death appeared in the Dutch West African Company record on July 18th, 1735, without any indication of the manner in which he died in Benin. Page 182. After the tragic incident involving Commander Og, the Benin monarch implemented a stringent policy concerning European visitors, and no white man was able to easily approach the king thereafter. When Og's eventual replacement, Osariemen, came for Holland to visit the Oba of Benin, his experience was absolutely memorable. Some mats had been placed in front of the Oba Palace for visitors to sit. Rem was told to sit on the map, but he insisted he be given a chair instead. In a little while, the Oba came and sat on the throne. Rem relates what happened next. The interpreter approached the home grands to inform them of my arrival. They in turn repeated this to the king, who thereupon Someone asked me what I had to say. I answered that I was sent by your honor, and I had a valuable present for the king. But he had been ordered by your honor not to deliver it before. I have spoken to him personally. I did this to get rid of the mistrust of Europeans caused by the affair with Underkerk Og. At that time, many Europeans believed that the cultural practices and religious practices of the Benin people were nothing but fetish, and the ritual and cultural practices of the Benin people were perceived as fetish by the Europeans and their writers. Lack of cleanness for alien cultural practice characterized by the activities of the European food. They talk food. After the rain presentation to the king, he was told that on that particular day, the Oba fetish did not allow him to let a white man come so near, but promised to rearrange another date for the meeting. At the end of the meeting, Reims was surrounded by all the home's grandees, who told him to come with them to another chamber of the palace, where the Oba has been offered a meal for him. Page 187. Reims was grandly entertained by the palace officials under the order of the Oba. Such hospitality was said to be customary in the Benin Palace between the Europeans and the monarch during the course of history. The king's affability continued the next day, when he eventually received the present from Reims, shook his hand, and assured him of help and favor. In appreciation, the Oba also gave Reims a cow and an ounce of Count de Terre, 187. After the death of Og and sisters, Jan van Maken took over the running of the Golden Douche trading station until a substantive replacement for Og was found in the Reims. Who made peace with the palace and resolved whatever differences were between Benin and Holland, so that trade between them could once again resume. The Benin people cautiously received the Europeans in the kingdom. A few hiccups, such as those aforementioned, notwithstanding, it should be noted that the relationship between the Benin people and the Dutch was very beneficial. Throughout the course of their trade agreement. However, as the century progressed, as a result of mistrust among the British traders, Benin ceased cooperating with the overseas traders in the business of palm oil exportation. Prior to the late 19th century, European merchants regularly traded with Benin in coral, red finer, silk, velveteen, mirrors, machetes, knife, spirits, gin, whiskey, and other goods. The Europeans introduced guns, irons, and other materials to Benin, just like in many indigenous societies in the world. It is obvious that acculturation started right in the first wave of European travelers to the Benin Kingdom. Check your understanding. Given that the Benin Kingdom was culturally oriented nation during the pre-colonial era, how did the cultural practices of the Benin people affect the Europeans? Chapter 10. The Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885. The Scrabble for Africa. The last independent king of Benin, Osariemen Asein, ascended the throne of his forefathers in 1888. This statue is located at Osariemen Square in Ring Road, Benin City. The Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885. After the abolition of the slave trade in the 1880s, European merchants turned their attention to commodities like spices, groundnut, palm produce, and rubber in West Africa. There was paradigm shift among the European merchants, and as they saw a need to take possession of different territories in Africa, at that point, the Europeans morally believed that colonizing the African nation would help to enhance the imperial ideology and empire building. That gave rise to the so-called Berlin Conference in 1884 to 1885. The conference, which ran over a period between November 15, 1884 and February 26, 1885, saw the major European power, with the exclusion of the United States, negotiating and formalizing claim to territories in Africa for the purpose of developing trade and civilization in those regions. Craven, 2015, page 38. As the planning, which is also referred to as the Benin West African Conference, the European countries agreed that any area of Africa where there is a particular European country had already established a sphere of influence should be claimed by that country. It was indeed the period when the scramble for Africa commenced in earnest, with the major European power agreeing to share the continent of Africa among themselves. As a result of the Berlin Conference, the Benin Kingdom was placed in the sphere of influence. The parceling out of Africa instigated a lot of competition among the European nations. Leading to a restriction being placed on many European traders, and the Benin losing contact with several former European trading partners in the process. In their determination to actualize communique reached at the 1884 conference, the British brought a treaty for the Oba to sign. The event that transpired after this introduction of this treaty resulted in a punitive expedition against Benin by Britain in 1897. More on chapter 12. In 1892 treaty. The treaty made with the Oba of Benin, Article 1. Her Majesty, the Queen of Great Britain and Ireland, Empress of India, in compliance with the request of the King of Benin, hereby undertake to extend to him and to the territory under his authority and jurisdiction have gracious favour and protection. Article 2. The King of Benin agrees and promises to refrain from entering into any correspondence, agreement, or treaty with any foreign nation or power without the knowledge and sanction of Her Britannic Majesty government. Article 3. It is agreed that full and exclusive jurisdiction, civil and criminal, over British subjects and their property in the territory of Benin is reserved to Her Britannic Majesty, to be exercised by such cellular or the office of Her Majesty shall appoint for that purpose. The same jurisdiction is likewise reserved for Her Majesty in the said territory of Benin over foreign subjects enjoying British protection, who shall be deemed to be included in the expression British subjects. Throughout this treaty, Article 5. All disputes between the King of Benin and other king and chiefs, or between him and British or foreign traders, or between the aforesaid king and neighboring tribe, which cannot be settled amicably between the two parties, shall be submitted to the British consular or other Benin territories for habitation and decision of our arrangement. Article 5. The Benin King hereby engage to assist the British consular or other officers in the execution of such duties as may be assigned to them, and further to act upon their advice in matters relating to the administration of justice. Development of resources in the interest of commerce or in any other matter in relation to peace, order, and good government and general progress of civilization. Article 6. The subjects and citizens of all countries may freely carry on trade in every part of the territories of the king, Party, Eto, and may have houses and factories therein. All ministers of the Christian religion shall be permitted to reside and exercise their calling within the territories of their aforesaid kingdom, and who hereby guarantees for them full protection. All forms of religious worship and religious ordinance may be exercised within the territory of the aforesaid king, and no indulgences shall be offered hereto. Article 8. If any vessel should be wrecked within the Benin territories, the king will give them all the assistance in his power to secure them from plunder, and also recover and deliver to the owners or agents all the properties what they can save. If there are no such owners, then such property is delivered to the British consular or other office. The king further engages to do all in his power to protect the persons and property of the officer, crew, and others on board such wrecked vessel. All claims for service due in such cases can, if disputed, be referred to the and other officers on arbitration and decision. Article 11. Article 9. This treaty shall come into operation so far as may be practicable from the date of the signature. Done in triplicates at Benin City, this 26th day of March 1892, by signed Osariemen as King Mark. I hereby interpret what it is obvious that the treaty empowers Britain authority over Benin. Article 2 of the treaty reminds that King of Benin refrain from entering into trade agreements with other nations except with the knowledge and sanction of Her Britannic Majesty. Many of the clauses in the treaty grant authority to Britain to exercise trade monopoly on the Benin nation as a whole. The treaty was Britain attempt to exercise power and monopolize trade in the kingdom. Similar treaties were presented to both Nana Olumo of the Shekiris and Jaja of Okpobo. The offensive clauses were scrutinized and struck down by these two African nobles. More on this momentarily. In the early 1890s, the beginning of colonial violence in West Africa. In the early 1890s, the Oba of Benin restricted trade with the Europeans after observing several disturbing events. Perpetuated by them in some other West African nations. There was particularly the disposing of some nobles in neighboring city that were under the suzerainty of the Oba of Benin by the British. Nana Olomo of the Shekiri lands and Jaja of Opobo were both conquered by the British in the late 19th century. Nana was exiled in what is now known as Ghana. Subsequently, the king of Benin commanded all the big chiefs under his territory to stop trading with the Europeans. As a result of gradually cutting off commercial and political contact with the British, Benin soon began to occupy a place in their propaganda and a certain attitude towards the nation and people began to emerge in the correspondence of the British officials. More emphasis was placed on what was presented by earlier European visitors and colonials, most of whom had described the degree in which civilization and art of government in Benin had progressed. Which was further than in other kingdoms. In West Africa, readathon 1969, page 246. Many also spoke of how impressed they were with the character of the people, character of the Benin people, and the most standard and the moral standard in that region. Fundamentally, the change in attitude among these visitors and writers must be ascribed to a general shift in races for the development, that is, of scientific racialism. Page 2 forces. The paradox of race became the genesis of the colonial violence in many West African nations. The British conquest of territories in West Africa. Given that the African territories were divided among European countries as a result of the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885, the majority of the activities of the European in the continent at that time were characterized by domination and expropriation of territories, including banishing African kings from their nation for the sake of imperial expansion. Some nobles in the neighboring nation and cities along the river were conquered by the British. The richest merchants among these Securia, who was exiled to Ghana by the British. Deportation of Jaja, Jaja of Okpobo was originally an enslaved Igbo who became very wealthy and powerful in Africa in the 19th century. Osariemen Asein. Osariemen Asein, 2008, page 50. Jaja was a merchant and the ruler of the city of Okpobo, now known as Rivers State in Nigeria. During his time, he controlled the palm oil trade. He had an outstanding mind for business, and he also understood the nitty-grittiness of Western Valley. He spoke English fluently and even sent one of his sons to acquire a Western education in Glasgow. Page 50. For some time, he collaborated with with Alexander Miller, brother and company, at the expense of several other British companies, to dominate trading in the Niger Delta region, exacerbating fierce commercial rivalries among the British traders. For some time, eventually, he was able to work independently. Independently of the British company in the region, all together, and ship his palm oil directly to Birmingham. This made him the first Nigerian direct exporter of palm oil in history. Page 51. When Nigeria company Nigerian company, when African territories were divided among the European nations, at the Benin Conference of 1884 to 1885. Okpobo was included in the British territory, and Consul Elwet asked Jaja to sign a treaty placing the city under British protection. Jaja agreed under the condition that the offensive clause which stipulated that free trade and free access to every part of his territory be nullified. Consul reluctantly agreed to Jaja's demand and deleted the clause restricting free trade. Wrote to me on okay, 2008, page 151. Okpobo was included in the British territory. Yes, and Consul. Shortly thereafter, the British on the waterways of what we now know as Nigeria, page 188. Page 188. Jaja won his appeal. Jaja won his appeal and insisted that under any civilized land, everyone involved in this deportation of Jaja will have to face the wrath of law for kidnapping, but that it was request to modernize trade and monopolize it. In West Africa, exacerbated inhumane treatment of African nobles by British traders. Nana Olomo and the British. The statue of Nana Olomo of the Chekiri land, Koko Delta State, image cutscene in 1885. Nana Olomo the richest and most powerful Ishekiri trader. Of the time, was appointed as the governor of Benin River. Of Benin River. Just like his late father, he was an intelligent and business-minded trader. Due to his effective control of the trade in palm oil, Nana was able to build his kingdom. Page 53. He established the business headquarters at Osariemen, which has earlier been founded by his father. Also, a very rich and powerful Ishekiri merchant, a British official, H.L. Galloway, who visited the Robo region in 1892, described Nana as Jaja of the Western Delta. Colonel Balava Nana Olomo struck out offensive clause in British territory. During the era of treaty signing with the British in the region, Nana Olomo fully understood the implications of the British imperial ideologies in the Niger Delta. Like Jaja, he struck out offensive clauses that restricted other Europeans except for British traders alone. Free access to trade in his territory. Rotimi and Oge, 2008, page 53. Nana recalcitrant attitude. Evidence here would actually lead to the Osariemen expedition of 1894 by the British, page 53. Major Claudio MacDonald, the British Commissioner and Consul General for Air River Protectorate, stated that when he met Nana at the Benin River for an important meeting, Nana came in a war canoe paddled by about 100 people. Armed with men with Winchester repeater rifle. Also, MacDonald claimed that Nana was an intelligent and powerful man who was said to have possessed a fleet of 200 trade canoes and about 100 war canoes and had more than 20,000 warriors under the authority page 54. In June 1894, the acting consul general, Sir Moore, found trade declining in the Benin River. So, he ordered Nana to withdraw his war canoe from the Ethiopia River immediately. Lloyd, 1963, page 229. But Nana did not comply with General Moore's command, and his defiance of Moore instigated evasive violence. Nana's action prompted the British to send for 4 warships to attack all the neighboring villages of Osariemen. Despite the destruction of these villages, Nana refused to accept Britain's invitation for a brief discussion at their consulate. Wrote to me and again, 2008, page 54. Hostility continues, and all attempt by the British was to take Osariemen through the creek failed. In fact, Nana successfully defeated the British forces on 3 separate occasions, and they were thus forced to withdraw with heavy casualties. Page 54. Nana military might was largely due to the impressive number of young warriors loyal to him, and the quantity of ammunition under his possession. The British tried to attack Osariemen by land, but the attempt failed because of the heavy fire against the British Nana forces. However, Nana was eventually forced to surrender on September 25th, 1894, after Dogo, who was Nana's local rival, hated the British and showed them the best route to Osariemen, which led to the capturing of Nana by the British troops. Wrote to me and again, 2008, page 53. Nana was tried on the charges of causing mayhem and breaching the peace in the Benin River. He was convicted on all charges and exiled, first to Calabar and then later to Ghana, page 54. Obviously, Nana goods were forfeited for the cost of the expedition, which led to the demise of his trading empire and authority over Rotimi and Oge, 2008, page 54. When the British defeated Nana, the arms that were forfeited in his domain in Ebroimi included 106 canoes, 445 blunderbusses, 640 guns, 10 revolvers, in addition to 1,640 kegs of gunpowder and 2,500 rounds of machine gun ammunition. Undoubtedly, the stock of sophisticated weapons he had accumulated was one of the factors behind his military might, enormous wealth, and his monopoly of the palm oil trade in the region. The interpretation of Juju men by the British colonists. The word Juju was used in some West African countries. Immediately after the Benin Conference, the word Juju and is popularly used in some West African countries to refer to an object that has been deeply suffused with magical powder. Banga 2017. The colonies. The British colonies of the 19th century incorporated the word Juju into their description of the Benin people. Immediately after the Benin Conference of 1884 to 1885, which gave rise to the period of expropriation and the conquest of territories in Africa by Europeans. There was anxiety among many African nobles who observed mistrust in the activities of the Europeans. For instance, a British colonist of the 19th century, Volkswagen 1898, claimed that after the British conquered Nana Olomo, who was under much fear that they would be attacked by the British, and began making preparation accordingly. He further stated that the king of Benin immediately began placing juju on and closing all his markets. That is, preventing his people from bringing palm oil and other trade down to the Osariemen village, where the shekere, another nation, used to collect exchange goods. The British interpreted the word juju as a very powerful spirit or god that lived in the Benin City and was represented by the king. Osariemen 1898, page 13. The Oba of Benin and his chiefs were labeled as juju men by Osariemen after the king resisted the British colonists, had disposed Nana of Ishikere and Jaja of Okpoko after they began to search for a means to overrun Benin. Chapter 10. Check your understanding. Question 1. Question 1. What led to the paradigm shift in the 19th century in Africa, and how did that shape the relationship between the Europeans and the Africans? Question 2. Explain the theme Scrabble for Africa. Then explain how it relates to the current political and economic situations of many post-colonial Africa countries. 3. Reflecting on the experiences of Jaja of Okpoko, Nana Olomu, and Oba of Osariemen, how did the Berlin Conference shape the relationship between the Europeans and many African countries? Answer all. Chapter 11. The invasion of Benin by Britain, the King of Benin, and British imperialism. The British traders of the 19th century recognized the fact that the Benin Kingdom was rich in all kinds of produce, such as palm oil, kernels, rubbers, cola nuts, and more. But the King of Benin became a barrier to the British agenda of imperialism, especially their pursuit for free trade in the region. Osariemen 1898, page 14. Osariemen, who was frustrated over the closure of trade by the King of Benin, categorically stated that he hoped that the people would open up trade and override the order of the King of Benin and his juju men. He He believed that the people in the part of West Africa were very superstitious, and that would be very difficult to enlighten them and make them understand that the powerful juju is a thing of the past and no longer have any power over them. Page 14. From the historical narration of Osariemen, it seems that the people were very respectful to the Oba of Benin and the gods of the land. The British traders were obviously concerned with the cultural, traditions, and religious belief of the Benin people and other neighboring nations. Osariemen, who often applies his Anglo-centric views on the cultural practice of Benin, on the cultural practice of the indigenous people, socially constructed the belief system of the Benin people as an old juju. Page 14. He acclaimed that the British people were forbidden. He claimed that the Benin people were forbidden under the Juju belief not to leave their country or to cross water. According to Osariemen, the Benin men were also prohibited from getting into canoes. Therefore, the Shekiris and Ijo were the middlemen between the European merchants and the Benin nobles. Page 14. Osariemen claim regarding the restriction placed on the Benin people not to cross water by their king has no historical basis in the chronicle of the Benin history. The Benin people seem to be unapologetic about their cultural belief, and the Europeans at that point in history lacked an understanding of the intricate cultural traditions of the people. The big chief paid annual tribute to the Oba of Benin. The British believed that the Oba of Benin was so powerful that before the late 19th century, the big chiefs close behind Lagos, who one would have thought were civilized enough to know better. And the Benin River chiefs were sending annual tributes to the Oba of Benin, Boswaigon, 1898, page 13. The Europeans were engrossed in the belief that the chief in the neighboring territories were paying annual subsidies to the Oba of Benin because they were afraid of the alleged Benin Juju, page 13. They lack the historical knowledge to understand that the princes of the kingdom had established some dukedom and monarch in neighboring territories. For example, the Oba of Benin as their royal, and monarch in other neighboring territories. For example, the Oba of Lagos and the Olu of Warri were just two of the many big chiefs under the authority of the Oba of Benin at that time. Presently, some of these monarchs still affirms the Oba of Benin as their royal father, while others believe they are the descendants of the Benin Kingdom. Either the British were unaware of this history and this cultural tradition, or they knew but choose to disrespect the belief system of the Benin people. Ignorance of the cultural practices of the Benin people is not an excuse. The big chief, Chris, the big chiefs paid annual tributes to the Oba of Benin. Why would a British colonist like Boswaigon express his grievances over the tradition of big chiefs from neighboring territories, paying tributes to the Oba of Benin? Did he forget that many of the British colonies at that point in history were forced to pay allegiance to the Queen or King of England? Benin was one of the British colonies that reluctantly flew the Union Jack after the 1897 invasion. But Boswaigon would have done well to remember that the main reason why he and other British traders were in Africa at that time to colonize and forcefully appropriate resources of West Africa. The Oba of Benin received elephant talks from the big chiefs. In ancient times, the monarchs and dukedom under the dominion of the Benin Kingdom were traditionally obligated to present one elephant tusk to the Oba of Benin whenever an elephant was killed in their village or territories. Boswaigon, 1898, page 13. As a result, the Oba of Benin was one of the major supplier to ivory in 1897. History relates that a Mokpagbe, the Duke of Enogie of Ugo Gonye Kyo, with the title Akmoidi, and the other Enogies like him, probably supplied elephant tusks to the Oba of Benin. According to the British narration, British expedition to Benin, 1896. According to the British narration, according to the British narration of the history in early 1897, 5 years after the signing of the treaty by the Oba of Benin, 5 years after the signing of the treaty in 1892 by the Oba of Benin, some British officials, headed by the captain James Swedish, departed England for Benin to repayment the old Oba's principle of the treaty, Asein 1975. It was still tradition at that time for the Europeans to send presents to the King of Benin to help strengthen their relationship. But the chaos that unfolded during the trip of Captain Phillips' group only excavated tension and led to the conquest of Benin by Britain. The Benin massacre in January 1897. Captain James Robert Phillips, a University Cambridge law graduate. Robert Phillips, a University of Cambridge law graduate, violated Benin tradition by forcefully entering the kingdom uninvited during Igwe festival, an annual celebration that forbids the king from receiving visitors in the land Osariemen. The 34-year-old Captain Philip was then the acting head of the Niger Coast Protectorate government, a colonial entity created by breathing 6 years earlier, which oversaw the Niger Delta Territories, Asein 2013, page 5. Phillips and his men planned a visit to Benin during the Igwe festival, despite being warned of the tradition and intricacies on the Igwe festival. That prohibited the Oba from receiving foreign visitors at that time. Phillips ignored the repeated advice of Benin authorities to reschedule his visit, given the nature of their mission and their sense of white superiority. Phillips and his men arrogantly defied the traditions of the land. At that point, the Benin people were suspicious of their visit. A group of Benin chiefs took into account the fact that just 3 years earlier, the same British official from the Niger Coast Protectorate government had waged war against and eventually exiled Nana Olomo, the Shekiri chief on the Benin River, who had been friendly to Benin. Consequently, the 9 British officials, led by Captain Phillips, were ambushed by the Benin chiefs at Ubini village. As they walked from Wonton towards Benin City on January 4th, 1897, Bacon, 1897, page 18, 2 white officers succeeded in escaping the England. Asein 2013, page 6. Alambo Swigon and Mr. Loki and Mr. Loki were the 2 survivors of the Ubini massacre. Historical record shows that the massacre took place on January 4th, 1897. I'll be going on a short break. I'll be resuming in a few minutes' time. Thank you very much. We are still reading the book by Nekbe Obasogie, first edition of the Great Benin, the Archives of Post-Colonial culture, and its relationship with the European. Hello. Please cue me. Cue me in. Historical record shows that the massacre took place on January 4th, 1897. The news did not reach Admiral Rawson, the commander-in-chief of the station, the Niger Coast Protectorate, until the 10th of that same month, Bacon 1897. On January 15th, orders were made by the British authorities to organize an expedition against Benin. Page 18. The two survivors of the Ubini massacre, Alan Boswagon and Mr. Loke, were the two survivors of the Ubini massacre in 1897. After the incidents, Boswagon wrote a memoir of his experience in Benin and titled it The Benin Massacre, which was published in 1898. Due to his historical participation, one can understand Boswagon's frustration and why he wrote a book based on the experience in Benin. The aftermath of Benin massacre. Immediately after the Ubini massacre, the authorities in Benin realized that the stage was already set for a war between Great Britain and Great Benin Kingdom. The heart of the matter was whether the chiefs had deliberately killed the British officials in order to impair their chances of evading their kingdom. Which was in defiance of the tradition of the land. Could the Benin chiefs have used a different approach to hurt the mobility of the British officials in Benin? It is important to note that Osariemen did not authorize his chiefs to attack and kill the British officers. He was not consignant of the operation. Authorities carried out the operation in defense of the land without seeking permission from the king. The news of the massacre of the British officials in Benin exacerbated tension in Britain. According to the readathon, the Benin people and Osariemen were depicted as blood-tasting savages. In 1897, a newspaper in Britain, according to readathon, the Benin people and Osariemen were depicted as blood-tasting savages in newspapers in Britain. This led to the British punitive expedition against Benin in 1897. Chapter 11. Check your understanding. What led the Oba to place restriction on the British traders from trading in Benin nation? What was the root cause of the Benin massacre? Chapter 12. The invasion of Benin by the British in 1897. The British punitive expedition of 1897, in a devastating demonstration of military might, the British first invaded Benin on February 17th, 1897. Just a few weeks after the Benin massacre, Roth 1903, page 7. Recall that Britain was one of the world's leading power at the time, and they were already at the brink of occupying Benin. Even before the Benin massacre, the ambush of their officials by the Benin authorities definitely expedited the process of invading Benin. Owie 20 7 argues that the British Empire needed to justify their forced entry and attack on Benin, and the incidents with Captain Phillips and his men gave them the justification for actualizing that goal of conquering Benin. Yet, can one morally condemn the rationale behind the killings of the British officials by the Benin chiefs? During the invasion, the British troops descended on Benin City and burned down every house. The palace of the king was completely razed, and the British soldiers looted all the bronze and ivory piece they found inside. Owie 2007, page 4. After the British troops set the Benin Palace ablaze, Bacon, who was one of the expeditionary officers, claimed that there seemed to be a fate in the Benin Palace. The head center, iniquity, spelled by us from a suitable end of the burning for the sake of holding the new seat for justice, where barbarism had held sway. Bacon, 1897, page 108. The burning of the Benin Palace by the British were justified on their assumption that the palace was a center of fetish activities and should be destroyed. At that point, the artifacts in the palace were not seen as fetish images, but treasures which deserve to be looted by the British. The British troops looted artifacts from the Benin Palace. British expeditionary officials sitting behind the artifacts they looted from the Benin Palace after the conquest of Benin in 1897. Great Benin. Explicitly, the war was premeditated by the British authorities because Captain Phillips had written 3 months earlier that bronze and ivory would be found in the palace to cover the cost of the war. Owie 2007, page 4. During my 2018 interview with a renowned Benin historian, High Priest Asein Angel, he argued that when Oba Osariemen Asein ascended the throne in 1888, Sir John Dunlop invented the phonetic tires in England. In the heat of the Industrial Revolution in Britain and other parts of Europe, in realization of the communique reached at the Berlin Conference in 1884, the government of the British Empire signed a trade treaty with Oba Osariemen in 1892. In 1897, to have justifiable reason for attacking Benin, the Philips led British troops, defied the order of the Oba Osariemen, and were killed. This was the only reason the British government needed to justify their forced entry and attack on Benin. The only reason for the aborted forced entry was to get latest raw materials for the pneumatic tires they invented, which Britain discovered lying in large quantities in the forest of Benin. Osariemen was seen by the British as the only obstacle on their way to getting the rubber as much as they wanted. As a result of the overbearing affluence and influence of Oba Osariemen, Nana of Ishekiri, Ijaja of Okpobo, Shakazulu of Amazulu, and a host of other powerful African kings were already disposed and banished by the British government. The social intent on the British invasion of Benin was their alleged normalization of the society and clean-off of what they called the savage civilization of the Benin people. The Crown Prince of Benin, Asein Osariemen. When Benin City was captured in February 1897, the Crown Prince of Benin, Asein Osariemen, the first son of Oba Osariemen, escaped from the kingdom. He returned back to the city in 1899. After being on the run more than 2 years as a fugitive, Asein 2006, page 18. He spent most of those 2 years in various hideouts in the countryside, in Ishan land, Ika, and the Orion area. dodging the British. Dodging the British patrol. Military patrols searched the jungles of all territories. Military patrol searched the jungles of all territories in an effort to apprehend Angel Osariemen and other Benin notables. But the British colonial administration in Benin demanded that those people be neutralized in order to accelerate the acceptance of the new regime by the conquered Edo people. Osariemen's name was at the apex of the list of wanted Benin persons in the kingdom. Two other prominent fugitives wanted by the British authorities were Chief Irabo, who was the Ologbo Seri, a senior army commander, of Benin, and a war captain. Ebekimi. A few months after Benin City was taken over, in May 1897, Ebekimi was captured at Okokon village near Ekiadoro. He was brought to Benin immediately, where he was tried and executed. In 1906, there was a report of restiveness in Benin, authenticated by the Crown Prince Angel Osariemen, to the effect that he had planned to chase the colonies out of Benin as a reprisal for his further deportation to Calabar. A preventive measure was immediately enacted, and British troops were deployed to Benin City while the case was being investigated. However, the reports turns out to be a false rumor. Osariemen surrendered to the British troops voluntarily. Osariemen eventually surrendered to the British authorities voluntarily in Benin. When he came back from Erua village, in August 1897. He was not captured by British troops, as some people were made to believe. Even a British colonist who participated in the British punitive expedition claimed that on August 5th, 1897, Osariemen surrendered himself to the British expeditionary officers in Benin. Wrote 1902, page 8. The king appeared in Benin City, accompanied by about 700 or 800 people, all unarmed, headed by a messenger with a white flag held out in front of them. He was escorted by a retinue of his chiefs, guards, some of his wives, with some men holding him by each hand as they walked into Benin City. After the chief performed some rituals and gave tribute to the king, the British officer explained the present political position of the Benin to Osariemen and informed him that he had been disposed. The king required with his bodyguard about 400 men and was told that he and certain chiefs in the kingdom will be put on trial for the massacre of Captain Philip's party, the Big Palaver trial. The trial for the massacre of the white man commenced in the consular courthouse in Benin City immediately, according to Roth 1903. Witnesses attested in court that the Benin chiefs ambushed the British officials as a way of obstructing any potential attack on Benin by the British. Using the earlier case of Nalan Olomo and many other nobles that were disposed in neighboring nations and cities at the justification for the fear of attack from the British. Osariemen trial in Benin City. Consequently, the majority of the chiefs who participated in the killing of Captain Philip Party were tried and executed by the British officers. Asein 2006. But Chief Obayan Wuna, one of the participants of the Ubini massacre, committed suicide during the trial. Wrote 1903, page XVI. Osariemen, who was innocent of the killings of the white men, was exiled to Calabar with his two wives. some of his children, and a few chiefs. Some of the chiefs who went to Calabar with the king were tried there and executed for murder of the British officials. Oba Osariemen deported to Calabar. Oba Osariemen and some Benin chiefs were taken by a canoe to Calabar by the British troops, and this bronze piece was created to depict the event. Photographed by Sir Victor Waifu, courtesy of the Revelation Palazzo Museum in Benin City. Chief Obaseki Agu was appointed as a regent by the British authorities to rule in the palace in Benin, while Osariemen was exiled to Calabar. Among the high chief key during the war were the Oen Oloko, the high priest of Oloko at Woto, Uso Oba Kawaye, Ologbo Sere, and Asuru. The extent of the involvement of the Olokun priests in the killing of the officials, which led to the British expedition in 1897, is debatable. As he was not directly involved, the dethronement and deportation of Oba Osariemen to Calabar during the war was unjust, considering the fact that the king was innocent and never ordered the killings of the British officials. A portrait of Oba Osariemen and the British troops during the punitive expedition in 1897. Chief Oba Yuana of the Benin Kingdom. During the war, prisoners were locked up in the guard room of the military barrack, built by the British along Forestry Road in Benin City. It was in that same guard room that Chief Oba Yuana of Benin, who was the lover of Princess Endia and widow Ede's daughter of Oba Adolo, was locked up. He committed suicide there by slashing his throat with a heavy jackknife while awaiting the court appearance where he would be sentenced to death for being involved in the Obine village ambush of Captain James Phillips and the other British official in January 1897. Instead of dying in the hand of the British invaders, Chief Oba Yuana preferred to kill himself. He took his own life and died as a hero. A scene in the Revelation Palazzo Museum of Chief Oba Yuana holding the sword and slashing his throat. photographed by Sir Victor Waifu, courtesy of the Revelation Palazzo Museum in Benin City. A portrait of Osariemen and the British troops during the punitive expedition in 1897, photograph courtesy of Ebonhon Cultural Center, Benin City. Benin warrior Chief Asoro Nyoku. During my 2018 interview with Benin historians, Chris Osa Ebu, he stated that Asoro was a mystic warrior with an indomitable spirit. Asoro was so mystical that bullets could not pierce his skin. A hail of bullets boomeranged off his body when the British soldier opened fire on him. However, through the help of some Toncoat indigenes of Benin, the secret of his spiritual power was revealed to the British soldier. The power of Chief Asoro lays in his shadow, the British were told. After realizing a secret had been revealed to the invaders, Asoro immediately surrendered when the British soldiers targeted and shot at his shadow. Asoro, the great Benin warrior, acquiesced and died from the attack of the British soldier. The statue of the Benin warrior, Chief Asoro Nyoku, with British invaders dying beneath his feet, was erected at the corner of Ring Road, Osariemen Square, and Isokoba Road in Benin City, the very spot Asoro took his last breath during the British punitive expedition. Image courtesy of Osariemen Square, Benin City. The statues of Chief Asoro at the Revelation Palazzo Museum. Ologbo Sere in a military barrack at Forestry Road in Benin City as he waited his execution. The Ologbo Sere of Benin, who was the husband of Princess Ewaka Woko, the eldest daughter of Oba Osariemen and father of Uyekpen Ologbo Sere, was the culprit of the Benin massacre that led to the death of the British officials, including Captain Phillips. After the British invasion of Benin in early 1897, the Ologbo Sere continued the military struggle against the British occupation of Benin territory for another 2.5 years before he was finally apprehended and executed in Benin City in June 1899. Asein 2006, page 44, Mr. Omo. Occupation by the British officials. High Priest Osariemen Asein Angel Osariemen in Ebon Cultural Center, Benin. During the conquest of the Benin Kingdom, the British took over Benin City. The affairs of the kingdom and the revered monarch were under the control of the British. Of the British colonial authority. And Chief Asein Angel was appointed as the main administrator to run the affairs of the kingdom under that authority. The British victors abolished the Benin City tradition of burying the dead in the home or compound. As a result, all the dead during this period, which included the great chiefs of the land, were without exception interred in the first government-designed cemetery in Benin, Asein 2013, page 25. Eventually, after the restoration of the monarchy in 1914, after Osariemen joined his ancestors, the system of the compound burial was once again permitted. The new Oba, to plead for the restoration of policy in writing to the British colonies. The invasion of Benin by Britain is an enduring story that has been told from generation to generation, an intergenerational effect of colonial violence persists in lives of the Benin people today. During my interview with Osariemen Asein in 2018, aggressive premeditated war against Benin should have prosecuted those that perpetrated the crime. He argued that the British punitive expedition had no moral justification and was an aggressive premeditated war against Benin. That perhaps Britain should have persecuted those that perpetrated the crime of killing British officials instead of waging war against the kingdom as a whole and destroying it in its entirety. Sarah Moore committed suicide in London. The head of the Niger Coast Protectorate and architect of the conquest in Benin committed suicide in London. In 1903, Sarah Moore, the head of the Niger Coast Protectorate and the architect of the conquest of Benin, left Calabar and finally returned back home to England. Asein 2006, page 34. Recall that Moore was also the person who ordered the dethronement and exile of Nana Olomo of Ishekiri to modern-day Ghana a few years poor. 3 years after his return to England, as a result of poor management, the center of his government was moved from Calabar to Lagos. The movement of the center from Calabar to Lagos The movement of the center of government away from Calabar led to the liberation of the prison workers and leaving the prison doors wide open. 6 years after he returned back to England, and why Oba Ovonramwen still live in anguish in Calabar as an exile, Saraf Moore committed suicide in his London home on September 3rd. It was exactly 12 years after Ovonramwen on more others was forced out of Benin City and into exile. On September 13th, 1897, Moore was 49-year-old when he took his own life. This picture of Oba Ovonramwen was taken on board the Niger Coast Protectorate yacht while the king was on his way to exile in Calabar. Oba Ovonramwen joined his ancestors in 1914 in Calabar. Oba Ovonramwen spent his last 17 years in Calabar before he sojourned to the land of his ancestors in 1914. The British government refused to let his body be taken to Benin for burial. Chapter 12. Check your understanding. What was the outcome of the Ubini massacre? Do you think the British punitive expedition was justifiable? Explain why or why not. The restoration of the Benin monarch in 1914. Oba Eweka II. Chapter 13 to 17 of Interregnum in the Benin Kingdom. Prince Igbo Basiri was crowned as the Oba of Benin with a tabular name of Oba Eweka II. After Oba Ovonramwen joined his ancestors in 1914, the British conquest of Benin, his first surviving son, Prince Igbo Basiri, was faced with the challenge of succession in Benin. It was time for him to take up the mantle of Obaship in accordance with the law of primogeniture that was instituted in the Benin Kingdom in the Ogiso's era, 14 BC to 1100 AD. The British occupation of Benin eventually resulted in 12 years of interregnum, which was the second interregnum in the history of Benin Kingdom. The challenge of her to stop the new rule under the power of Chief Obaseki Ago became a barricade of Prince Angel Osariemen's quest to ascend the throne of his forebearers. Determined to mount the throne in accordance with the age-long custom and in an effort to terminate the new rule established by the British authorities as a result of the dethronement of his father, he immediately sought assistance from the Oni of Ife and the Alaafin of Oyo. After a series of petitions, the British government gave him the authority to occupy the throne of his forefathers. Chief Ago, the Obaseki of Benin, who had previously been assigned to take over the administrative system of Benin in the wake of the British punitive expedition, was retitled as the Iyase of Benin. Prince Angel Osariemen was crowned the Oba of Benin with a titular name of Oba Eweka II on July 22, 1914. Under the authority of the Britain, one of the world powers of that time, there was a tradition in Benin that mandated the daughter of the Oba of Benin to marry either the Iyase of Benin, or the Iyase, to marry either the Iyase of Benin or Chief Olia. In 1918, Princess Ebose, in her maturity, became the wife of Chief Agu Obaseki, the Iyase of Benin Kingdom. Asein 2006. Her father, Oba Eweka, betrothed her to the prominent chief. The British expropriation of Benin artifacts as war spoils. The British claim the looted Benin artifacts as spoils of war, which were sold to cover the cost of the British punitive expedition of 1897. This included the famous Queen Idia marks and other artifacts that were looted from the palace. See the image 104 by British soldiers during the conflict. Queen Idia faced what was immortalized in the 16th century in an ivory mask. is currently available to view at the British Museum, with similar marks on display in many other museums around the world. In 1977, the Nigerian government chose the Queen Idia marks as the emblem for the second Black Festivals of Art and Culture, known as Festac. High Priest Osariemen was one of the Nigerians set to Britain in the 1970s to negotiate the return of the Indian marks for the Festac. However, the British Museum refused to lend the marks to the Nigerian government, even though they presented the £2 million Britain demanded for Nigeria to loan the artifacts. It is ludicrous that Britain had to demand £2 million from the Nigerian government to borrow an artifact that was looted from the Benin Kingdom. However, Nigeria as a country was not yet formed when the British invaded Benin in 1897. Britain later amalgamated Benin was a host of other ethnic nationalities to form what is now known as Nigeria. As a way out, the then Oba of Benin, Omonoba Akenzua II, had to specifically commission Igbesama ivory carvers in Benin to reproduce two Idia marks that are similar to the ones looted by the British soldiers from the Benin Palace during the British punitive expedition of 1897. Omeregie 2012, the artifacts were cast and used for the Festac in 1977. Today, the Indian marks and many other looted artifacts are still under the custody of the British government. The Benin people have never relented in advocating for the return of our artifact from Britain, but so far all efforts have been to no avail. European divide and conquer Africa. As we have seen, over the course of the 19th century, many European nations have shifted from the notion of just trading with Africans to forcefully occupying African territories and expropriating African resources and treasures. The irony of it all is that the majority of the troops who participated and aided the Europeans through the process of their conquest of territories in West Africa were black Africans. The European first action was to divide the people of Africa and conquer them by using the natives as during the British punitive expedition. The British expeditionary officers assembled natives from neighboring nations to help overrun Benin City. Bacon, 1897, page 24. The British successfully brainwashed and manipulated the natives to participate in conquering territories in Africa. They actively provided services to the Europeans to spread their colonies' revolution over Africa, aiding and providing intelligence to foreign invaders to the detriment of their own continent. The British historical narration of the war. With the nature of statements ingrained in the British written account of the punitive expedition of 1897 against Benin, one can argue that enormous ferocity was designated in the activities of the Europeans during their bid to capture territories in Africa. At the same, it is important to recognize the fact that 7 British officials were killed by the Benin chiefs during the Benin massacre in January 1897. The incident intensified tensions among the Benin citizens, which eventually exacerbated the British punitive expedition of 1897. Consequently, Roth, 1903, who participated in the conquest of Benin, stated that when the British took over Benin on February 17, 1897, all the inhabitants with their king and juju men fled into the bush. From the viewpoint of British colonies, the king of Benin and all the noblemen were intrinsically fetish. According to Bacon, 1897, allowed during one of the subsequent court hearings of Osariemen, the natives were allowed to be seated in the courtroom while the proclamation of the massacre and the measures that were being taken against Benin was read out loud. Bacon relates the following: "It was impossible to tell from their faces what they thought, but it must have been with a shade of skepticism that they heard that the king has been dethroned, his town taken, and his juju priests, if possible, killed. The juju broken. That juju, which had lasted through whole houses, burned, and the Benin juju forever traditions, and in which they themselves had a sort of half-anchoring belief. Colonial violence was at its height. In fact, the frustration of the massacre of the British official worked with the British colonial agenda. It is especially important to note that despite the court explicitly ascertaining that the King of Benin was innocent of the ambush of the British official, the British still forced the Oba into exile in Calabar. It is quite clear that the British had long targeted the King of Benin, even prior to the massacre of Captain Phillips. The killing of the British officials only expedited Britain's process of conquest. In their account, both Bacon and Volkswagen refer to the earlier case of Nana Olomo, who was deported from his city and exiled to Ghana by the British in 1894, stipulating that the Benin people could have learned a lesson from that example. This is why history is so important. We should learn from the mistake made in the past, as knowledge can help us understand the present and shape of the future. Racial segregation after the conquest of Benin. After the restoration of the Benin monarch in 1914, Sir Frederick Lugard the Governor General of the newly formed territory of Nigeria, instructed white administrative officers to physically segregate themselves from the native population by creating exclusively white settlements for themselves on the outskirts of the native town they had ruled over. In 1916, Asein 2015, page 107. As a result of Lord Rugard's directive, Oba Eweka II gave the land beyond the exulting moat to the colonial officers at the same time. The newly crowned monarch ordered the villagers inhabiting the area to relocate. The colonial residential house in Benin, located in the government reserve area GRA, were built in an iron form. Like Manhattan Island in New York, those houses were supported by Roman arches constructed with burnt clay bricks, which were manufactured by the colonial authorities on the bank of the Igboba River and embossed with the crown of the English king. The white officer then moved the GRA and those who had been living there and those who had been living there and those who had been living there, who had been living among natives, sold their house to wealthy Benin citizens and moved to the white reservation area, including the Miller Bros, formerly Alexander Miller Brother and Company. Although some Europeans, specifically the Greeks, they don't move with the British to the Jare, the Europeans nevertheless segregated the city of Benin along racial line. The Jare became the quarters for the elite, while the side is the other part, and today the Jare is the most expensive neighborhood in the city. Colonialism encompasses racial discrimination, segregation, the expropriation of indigenous people's land. The colonizers systematically imposing their religion, cultures, and beliefs system on indigenous communities. Intergenerational trauma of colonization, mental injury, and a host of other issues, all of which can be reserved in the case of Benin colonization of the hand of the British. The British colonization administration and its traffication of water supply. Benin has a long history. The British colonial administration and its traffication of water supply in Benin. Benin has a long history of water scarcity, wells, and has been long in a major source of water in the kingdom. During the British punitive expedition of 1897, the expeditionary officer reported that the wells in Benin were filled with sacrificial remains and stained everywhere with blood. This purported report about Benin has no historical or archaeological evidence to support it. Nor were wells ever used as shrines or altars in the Benin culture. The excavation study of Graham Connor and Frank Willett in Benin did not show any proof of sacrificial elements. Did not show any proof of sacrificial elements in the wells in the kingdom. Unsanlele 2020, page 305. The statement made by the Europeans during the pre-colonial era during the pre-colonial era, the king of Benin ordered the people to provide travelers in the pre-colonial era. The king of Benin ordered the people to provide travelers to the kingdom with water. It is recorded that people will drink from large jug with fresh and savory water as transparent as crystal. Cheers. But beside them, the British officers claimed that wells in Benin the British officers claimed that wells in Benin were filled with sacrificial remains might be part of their cultural misconception about the Benin people. Which the British used in their justification for the conquest of Benin. The lack of trust of the British officer in the wells in Benin were filled with sacrificial remains might be part of their cultural conception in the pre-colonial era. The kings of Benin ordered the people to provide travelers to the kingdom with water. It is recorded that people will drink from large jug filled with fresh and savory water as transparent as crystal, with shells put beside them. The British claimed that the wells in Benin were filled with sacrificial remains and may be part of their cultural misconception about the Benin people. Which of the British used in their justification about the conquest of Benin? The lack of trust of the Benin officers from the wells in Benin led them to focus on the Ikobai River for their own supply. But due to the hills and distance from the city, the process of sourcing water from the Ikobai was too complex. on Sunday, 2020. Page 305. The Benin people eventually collaborated with the British colonial officials to establish a pipe-borne water supply in Benin in 1910. The Benin chiefs raised levies needed to bring pipe-borne water into the Benin nation. They specifically raised the levies in order to defend a loan of £6,000 obtained at the interest of 4% from the British colonial administration. Page 307. By 1911, pipes have been laid and completed by Benin Water Works. To start supplying pipe water to the residents in the area. To the Miller Bros Company and to government house. Water supply in Benin by the colonial administration was overtly stratified based on classes and racial discrimination. The unequal distribution was overtly stratified based on class and racial discrimination. The water supply was a necessity for the survival of the nascent British administration. And not the improvement of the standard of living of the colonized. Chapter 13. Check your understanding. 1. Define the term interregnum. 2. Summarize the experience of Prince Angel Osariemen during the interregnum and the period when he ascended to the throne in 1914. 3. Explain the racial, political, cultural, and economic situation of Benin during the occupation of Benin by the British. ethnocentrism, and the misrepresentation of Benin by the Europeans. The British pretext for colonization. The British would have found a means to conquer the Benin Kingdom, even without the incident at the Ubini massacre. Hitherto, the British officials had conquered many nations in the region and disposed their king. Trash properly. Moreover, as previously mentioned in chapter 12, before the British punitive expedition of 1897, Captain Phillips had reported that there was enough bronzes in Benin Palace to cover the cost of the war should they wish to invade the Benin Kingdom. Omiye 2007, page 4. The primary goal of Britain after the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885 was to bring down the powerful kingdom in West Africa that was a home to rich resources and abundant artifacts. The British people had visited the Benin Palace several times, and in doing so, they observed the power structure of the monarch and the wealth of artifacts. The Berlin Communique simply became my apparatus that helped to speed up their quest to invade Benin, wrote 1903. Categorically stated, if a city ever deserved this fate, that city was the city of Great Benin. The horrors which met the punitive expedition when it entered the sacred precinct showed that the little war we waged was justified enough beyond all expectation. This admission from a British writer is an affirmation that there was a desire to invade Benin prior to the Ubini massacre. The ambush of Captain Phillips party expedited their process of invading Benin. The misconceptions of the Benin culture by the Europeans recapitulating some of the activities that transpired between the European and the Benin people, especially the denigration of the knowledge system and assets of the black people, in Africa by the Europeans. by the Europeans. And it is explicit that the misconception and ethnocentric view of the Europeans played a major role in shaping their relationship with Africans throughout the pre-colonial and colonial period. One can argue that the discourse, especially of race and racism in the world today, can be traced back to the negative construction and labeling of the way of life of a group of people outside one own racial group. Outside one own racial group, exactly. During that period, the Europeans imposed their Western hegemony on the indigenous people by literally and systematically constructing the knowledge system of the indigenous people of Africa as inferior to those of the Europeans. The Europeans' misconception and misinterpretation of the Benin people are preserved in the books written by some European writers in the 19th and 20th century. God visgrant on earth. The British depicted the king of Benin as pathetic and believed that he commanded more power in Benin than the Pope does in Catholic Europe. They thought it was not only God vagrants upon earth, but a God himself, whose subjects both obey and adore him as much, although the adoration may have risen from fear rather from love. Wrote 1903, page 62. Why some of their description of Benin and Europe in third books may have been the reality is because reality of life at that time, the biased and ethnocentric view of the Europeans are highly reflected. Europeans are highly reflected in its analysis of the history of Benin. For example, one can ask, did the king of Benin maintain power that are unquestionable to the people from route analysis? It seems that the system that fostered daily relationship to the loyalty of nobles such as the King of Benin and the Pope in Europe was deeply rooted in both European and English and African society. at the time. From the ethnocentric view of the British, the king of Benin was seen as fetish as opposed to the Pope of Europe, who was perceived as godly, pure, and civilized. Even though both leaders commanded similar powers over their subjects. The paradox of race and racism. Now, the paradox of race and racism in the world may have emanated from perception of the Europeans and their writers, who applied their ethnocentric views simultaneously on Africans' cultural practices with belief system. A lack of cultural competency combined with an intolerance of other religions, religious dogmatism, and cultural practices outside of the Europeans' culture and ways of life prompted the laboring and discrimination of the Benin people by the British. Those ethnocentric views conspicuously characterize the activities of the Europeans during the early contact with West Africa. The belief system of the Benin people that were different from those of the Europeans were viewed as uncivilized, barbaric, and fetish by the British colonizers. Those misconceptions and unfavorable constructions of black may have laid the foundation of the racial discrimination that discontinue to shape the coexistence of black and white in the world today. The goal of the European during the 19th century, after the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885, was to dominate and strip the Benin people and their cultural identities and ways of life by colonizing them. So, the construction of African society by a group of Europeans have become one-dimensional lens through which they are perceived in the mind of those who hold prejudiced views against them. The Europeans not only colonized African countries, but imposed their religion in some of their value system on Africans and rename many indigenous societies into their languages. Religious dogmatism. In the Benin Kingdom, historical record from the 19th century shows how European exhibited religious dogmatism in the Benin Kingdom. Now, the high level of religiosity among the Europeans suggests that there was a tendency to Christianize the Benin people. British writer Henry Worth wrote a book in 1903 based on the history of the Benin, where he depicted Benin as a city of oil. Populated by a bunch of people carrying out fetish activities. From the viewpoint of Roth and other Europeans, West African nations were seen as nothing but squalid. And the Benin Kingdom was depicted as more than gruesome, as was aforementioned in the book in chapter 2. Another British writer, Reginald Bacon, wrote a book based on the history of Benin and another British, and titled it Benin, the City of Blood. The book was actually written during the peak at the British expedition in Benin, a very critical time in history. Some of the description in the book are recapping. Truly, has Benin been called the City of Blood? Its history is one long record of savagery, is the most debased kind. Nothing that can be called religions exists within its limits. Only paganism of the most unenlightened description with certain rites and observations and observances, which from their ferocious cruelty have caused Benin to be the capital of superstitious idolatry and barbarity for more than 100 miles inland. Bacon, 1897, page 13. From the British viewpoint, religion does not exist in Benin. The religious belief and practices of the Benin people that were different from Christian religion were construed as acts of paganism, barbarity, and savagery. Christianity was imposed upon the Benin people in a dogmatic way. The act of perceiving one religion as more superior than others is ethnocentric and can even be considered as belief discrimination in modern day society. The seed of civilization. The seed of civilization of the British in Benin, when Benin became a tool of subjugation under the British colonial rule, the laboring of African people by Europeans was at its climax. The injustices and high level of impunity embedded in the quest for imperialism and the territory's expansion overshadowed humility among the group of Europeans, as well as one most factor in the climate of Benin when those comments were made. During the period of the chaotic British punitive expedition of 1897 in Benin, that notwithstanding, the comment ultimately represents how the Benin people were perceived by the British, who continued to explore the shores of West Africa and request a trade relationship with the Oba of Benin. One of the beliefs of the Benin people was never to cross water. Hence, they never entered canoes. That isolation from the water deprived them to a great extent the contrast with white men. Which must have done much to prevent the smaller seed of civilization finding their way to the capital. Page 15. No, sir. This is quite interesting, and one can ask, did the Benin people have a relationship with the white men before the arrival of the British to the land? History explicitly states that Oba Orogboa studied in Portugal in the 16th century and became a sailor when he returned back to Benin. During the reign of Oba Ozolua, calligraphy. During the reign of Oba Ozolua, the Olokun priest of Uhoton was sent to Lisbon. The Olokun priest was sent to Lisbon by the Oba to visit the King of Portugal in 1485. Note that all of these tips were made through the sea, which stemmed from Benin's relationship with the white men. Before the arrival of the British to the Benin Kingdom, Benin received and maintained a long-term relationship with the Portuguese. With the Portuguese. In 1485, let us assume that Oba Ozolua restricted the Benin people from exploring the sea. Did he also curtail the movement of the Europeans from entering the kingdom? History states that Benin received Europeans from different countries in Europe for more than 40 years before the conquest of Benin by Britain. As quoted in Bacon, book, the policy of the Oba of Benin did not allow any seed of civilization to find its way into Benin. Disparaging of the Benin people and their knowledge system stemmed from the British discourse of race, civilization, modernity, and colonization. The British ignored the cultural relativism that existed among human based on geographical setting and environment. The label the Beninese as fetish, gruesome, barbaric. How can the Europeans prove that their poets, cultural practices, and belief system were unsolid and perfect at that time? Back then, representation of Africa by the Europeans was the Europeans' attempt to rob Africans of their identities for the purpose of colonization. European wars, purpose of colonization, the failure to contextualize the African knowledge system and geographical system with the Europeans led to the misconception about West Africa. Of African cultural practice. Of African cultural practice. Modern thinkers need to rewrite the distorted history of discrimination in our society. Need to write the distorted history of Africa by distrusting the falsehood and misconception of African cultural practices and belief system. And belief system inherent in the theories and practices of the European writers and thinkers that commingled with black Africans during the period of early contact. The Europeans and the God-fearing and the God King of Benin. It is a part of the tradition of the Benin people for the king. It is a part of the tradition of the Benin people for the king to be placed in high esteem by his subjects. Because the Oba of Benin was treated as a demigod in the kingdom, the British visitors became engrossed in curiosity about the relationship between the Benin people and their Oba. However, there was a misconception about how the Oba of Benin governed his people from the viewpoint of the Europeans. The king of Benin governed with unlimited authority. All the king's subjects were his slaves, and no children were acknowledged as his slave until they were presented to the king by their father or mother. After declaration, the king ordered them to be marked with proper incision, also known as the king body marking. So then, these children could become slaves to king like all the others. Wrote 103, page 6. The cultural tradition of tribal body marking was prevalent in many African societies. During ancient times and even in the 20th century, the Benin people, the Yoruba people, and some other tribal groups still practice body markings. Either the Europeans did not understand the cultures of the African people, or they understood but chose to ignore everything he knew for the purpose of self-aggrandizement. Furthermore, the British colonists indicated that the king's subjects, both the higher and the lower, were bound to acknowledge themselves as the acknowledge themselves to be slaves of the king in the kingdom. All the male children presented to the king definitely belonged to him of right. Hence, all the youths in the land are called the king boys or slave. Page 117. Some of the statements made by the British have no basis in the history of Benin. In the history of Benin, quest the quest for colonization played a major role in shaping the historical fallacies of the British writer and commentators in the 19th century. Fast forward. It is curious to think that a people It is curious to think that the people who seem to have been more or less civilized in the 16th century, with a sense that excited the admiration of all the Europeans of that day, should at the end of the 19th century have relapsed into a state of absolute savagery. Inferior to most of the people around them, whilst the wonderful city became a collection of half-ruined mud houses, not much better than the hut in an ordinary medical village. Osariemen 1898, page 16. Osariemen's statement is amplified in the language the changes in the language. Osariemen's statement is amplified in the language in the changes used to address the Benin nation and other territories in West Africa towards the end of the 19th century. But readathon also referred to one, two, or other famous African country, Dahomey, and Ashanti. Where he believed the rulers than any European Union. Osariemen 1898. He further stated that those American kings went to great lengths to develop a sort of conceited behavior and stop the white men from visiting their countries. Page 16. From the analysis thus far, it seems that those African kings may have been observed treacherous behavior among the European traders. In the late 19th century, concocted their movements and trading in their territories, which provoked Osariemen to unleash his Anglo-centric views on the African nobles and their nations. The British doubted the knowledge system of the Benin people. There was a widely held belief in Europe in the 19th century that the bronzes in Benin were the work of Portuguese. According to Athenborough, 1975, many people in Europe doubted that such a remote kingdom, buried in the forests of West Africa, could create such splendid things. Traditionally, the Benin people use artifacts to record events and immortalize important personalities in the kingdom prior to the advent of the European in their land. As we discussed in chapter 2, because the European, such as the Portuguese and Dutch, brought irons and metal to Benin that helped to enhance artistic development in the Benin nation, but doubts about the authentic producers of the Benin artifacts arose. Those doubts were a consequence of the European inartistic view towards African. In fact, the Europeans undermined the greatness of the Benin Kingdom, once a source of admiration and attraction to the first group of European visitors to the land. The representation of Benin by the British during the colonial era was their pretext for domination. was their pretext for domination. Events and because the Europeans, such as the Portuguese and the Dutch, brought iron and metal to Benin, that helped to enhance artistic development in the Benin nation. But doubts about the authentic producers of the Benin artifacts arose. Those doubts were consequences of the European inaesthetic view towards Africans. In fact, the Europeans undermined the greatness of the Benin Kingdom, once a source of admiration and attraction to the first group of European visitors to the land. The representation of Benin by the British during the colonial era was their pretext for domination, and they painted the Benin Kingdom as a land that wasn't worth a dime. The British undermined the unique cultural skills and prowess of the Benin people with conquest of Benin. With regards to the production of artifacts in Benin, the irony of it all is that before the conquest of Benin, the Benin consistently visited the kingdom to demand a trade relationship with the king, and sometimes presented gifts to the king during their subsequent meetings, subsequent visits. The British colonists who looted the Benin artifacts during the punitive expedition of 1897 may have been consonant that many of those artifacts were not just kept in the King Palace for interior decoration, but for record of significant events in the kingdom. A part of Benin history was actually taken away by the British. Benin artifacts, the head of the Benin Obas. It was customary in the ancient Benin Kingdom to immortalize the head of the Oba with the artwork after he joined his ancestors. One of the British visitors documented in Henry Lingworth's 1903 book categorically stated the bronze head were said to be representations of dead kings. I never put much importance to those statements. Page 81. The British vehemently undermined the cultural practices of the Benin people as they consciously sought economic and imperialistic development in Nigeria. Today, however, some British citizens, in defiance to their ancestors, have taken the stance of advocating for the return of the Benin bronze. In March 2021, the University of Aberdeen in Scotland announced the return of one of the Benin artifacts, the head of an Oba, which was looted during the British punitive expedition. The university posted a statement indicating that the ongoing review of its collections identified that its ongoing review of its collection identify the approach identify that the ongoing review of its expedition, the university posted a statement indicating that the ongoing review of its collections identifies the head of an Oba, identify the head of an Oba, which was looted during the British punitive expedition. The university posted a statement indicating that the ongoing review of its collection identified the head of the Oba as having been acquired in a way that we now know it's considered to have been extremely immoral. Thus, they took a proactive approach to identify the appropriate persons to discuss the return of the artifacts to Nigeria. The communications team, Aberdeen University. Dr. Mark Walker, Benin artifact. Similarly, in 2024, in 2014, during the reign of Osariemen, a British citizen named Dr. Mark Walker deemed it necessary to take some Benin artifacts from his private collection and return them to Benin. The artifacts were taken by his grandfather, Captain Herbert Walker, during the Benin primitive expedition in 1897. As a way of objecting to the crime his ancestors committed when Dr. Walker decided to return to the Benin artifacts. that were looted by his grandfather, saying that this does not want to be referred to as the grandson of a racist. Dr. Mark Walker returned some of the looted Benin artifacts to Osariemen in 2024. The Benin people appreciated the uncommon display of sincerity and the honesty of Dr. Walker, and urges others to emulate him and return stolen Benin artifacts. Dr. Walker was later bestowed with an encomium and prayers from the Benin chiefs and Oba of Benin. The unsolicited return of a few Benin artifacts and the statement made by Mark Walker is an official at the University of Abedan. Although it is far from healing the wound inflicted on the Benin people by the British, it is a step in the right direction. The history of Europe contact with Benin can be surmised as a combination of both development and colonization. Europeans, mostly the British, Dutch, French, Spanish, and Portuguese, introduced the belief system to Benin, as well as a host of other indigenous society across the Africa continent that receive an influence of European visitors during the period of early contacts. According to historical accounts, Benin had a long mutual and diplomatic relationship. The amalgamation of Nigeria. The word Nigeria was coined by the European during the amalgamation of the country in 1914. They joined many different tribal groups together to form a country which is now known as Nigeria. After the amalgamation of Nigeria, Benin lost its sovereignty and authority over its territory. In Nigeria, tribalism and nepotism are certainly some of the major problems. Facing this country, these are after effects of the discord of breathing. Today, Nigeria, however, can one blame European colonization for the current situation of Nigeria and other post-colonial African countries for their failed policies and weak governance in the continent? The Western doctrine and systems such as education, religion, and other systems brought to Benin persistently embraced and became part of the country belief and system. Despite the scuffles created by breathing in Benin, the monarch still stand very tall. Today, politically and culturally, in the annals of the world, monarchs, but the Benin people continue to be faced with the intergenerational impact of colonial war and domination ostracated by breathing. Recommendation. The book analyzes the history of the relationship between the Europeans which stretched from the 15th century to the 20th century, when Oba Kinswa II ascended the throne of his forefathers. During that period, there is no popular history of interracial marriage. There is a gap in research in this area. Moreover, there are no official statistics of the Benin casualties during the British punitive expedition of 1837. In Benin City, the British expedition officer expeditionary officer recorded less than 100 casualties. And on the British side, a clear estimate of figure of how many people lost their lives and how many are wounded. In the war in the Benin nation, will help future researchers to build a robust argument and understand the annihilation caused by the British colonial power. Chapter 14. Check your understanding. How did the British perceive and depict West Africa in this chapter? From your viewpoint, what led to the discourse of race and ethnocentric view of the Benin people by the Europeans? Do a critical analysis of why, in the 19th century, almost all the European countries had trade relationships with the Benin, also engaged in the colonization of other African nations after the Benin Conference of 1884 to 1885. Edede Agbado witnessed the British punitive expedition of Benin. Born in the pre-colonial era, my maternal grandmother, Omwage Agbado, also known as Edede Agbado, witnessed the British punitive expedition and was practically the owner of Agbado village, although her date and birth are not known. She is born at a time when Western education was not popular in the land. Her date of birth is unknown because was not recorded. Back then, oral history, storytelling, and artwork, including creating artifacts, were the main method of recording events in Benin. To make up for the absence of historical record, Edede Agbado matrix used to use a remarkable event to calculate a date. Edede Agbado used the British punitive expedition in 1897 as a marker in tracing a year of birth. She was about 8 years old when the British invaded the Benin Kingdom and exiled Oba Osariemen. The real Oba Osariemen, who joined his ancestors while an exile, who joined the war while on exile in 1940 in Calabar. The war ravaged the entire city. Sadio? The war ravaged the entire city of Benin and created a vacuum in the administrative system of the kingdom. It was the first time in history that the Benin people were defeated by a war. During the interregnum, a regent was assigned to carry out all the administrative system. The Benin Kingdom has spanned 2 dynasties and 2 interregnum in the course of glorious history. Due to the events that occurred in 1890s, Edede Agbado was assumed to have been born in the late 1880s, likely in 1889. Some of us did not know their actual dates. Some of our children did not know their actual dates of birth too. However, it's not working. Like their mother, they use events that happened around the times of their birth to guess their dates of birth. The life of a matrix in a patrician society. No. Edede Agbado, a successful woman with plenty of resources, was the owner of Agbado village. It is very rare for a woman to own a village in the Benin Kingdom, but through a twist of fate, my grandmother did. She had vast acres of land which she inherited from her late father. Being the only surviving child of the family who volunteered to stay in the village after her parents joined their ancestors. Traditionally, in the Benin culture, it is forbidden to say someone who has a child or children has died. Anybody who has a child or children does not die if they left an offspring on earth. My grandmother only brother, Uyi Agbado, was my mother brother was her elder brother, refused to stay in the village. He advised his younger sister to leave for greener pastures because the village he advised his younger sisters to leave for greener pastures because the village was too remote, insisting that it was not possible for the two of them to manage the affairs of the village after their parents joined their ancestors. But my grandmother bluntly refused to leave the village. When Uyi left the village, Edede Agbado became the only family member in the village which had just a few inhabitants. When she married my maternal grandfather, Philip, a Siliba, an educated merchant, we demanded that she leave Agbado and move on to his own village of origin. But Edede Agbado adamantly refused in deference to my grandfather, decided to settle in Agbado with her, and that is where they had all our children in time. The small community prospered. Following the line of the patriarchal system of Benin tradition, Edede Agbado could not become the village head, as it is forbidden for a female to perform certain traditional rites that are concealed in the leadership ensure of the land. Edede Agbado was a beautiful, charismatic woman. The position of the village head was given to her first son. In accordance with the tradition of the land. The position the main duty of the village head encompass the settling of disputes, performing spiritual rites, acting as the custodian of the culture and tradition. Acting as custodian of the culture and tradition of the land, managing the affairs of the land, and regulating crime, amongst other things. Edede Agbado was a very beautiful and charismatic woman. She had the Benin tribal body markings on her skin, which were mandatory among the people. In the sunset of her life, Edede Agbado hair became totally grey, and her tribal body markings were very bold and conspicuous. Awed, people visited her from nearby villages to see her body markings and to see the only woman who owned a village. If not in Nigeria as a whole, her fame grew far and wide throughout the region. The idea that she was the sole owner of a whole village was quite intriguing amongst the neighboring villagers in the area. And moreover, our compound in Agbado became a center of attraction as people from nearby villages visited specifically to see the matrice and pay homage to her. Hunters from nearby villages sold animals to her at very low prices. In most cases, they refused to allow anyone to buy the animals because they wanted to sell to my grandmother. In order to please her and also receive prayers and blessings. To them, the elderly woman was a source of inspiration. In those days, people cherished prayers from the elders, especially from a unique and successful woman like Edede Agbarado. Our compound was like a tourist center. And a beehive of activities as people continuously troop in to explore the village and see my grandmother out of curiosity. And also for blessings, prayers, and friendship. Edede Agbado was already very old at the time I was 8 years old. She became blind and could not see. The optician, even though her eyes were still open, the optician who examined her eyes diagnosed the cause of the blindness to old age. Now, Edede Agbado, who lived for about 30 years without 30 years without a sight before, she peacefully joined her ancestors in 1999 around the age of 110. Education in the colonial era. Even though Western education prevailed in the country, those who live in remote areas, those who live in remote areas We are not exposed to the school system. Western education was introduced by the European missionaries, and back then only made children from privileged school only made children from privileged families were able to go to school. And able to access higher level of education. The patrician arrangement of the education system impeded females from attending schools. My maternal grandfather, Philip Esiliba, a Roman Catholic leader, had the privilege of attending school in the colonial era. Edede Aguano did not attend any school before she sojourned to the land of her ancestors. The few educated people in the community were all men. At its initial stage, the school system in Nigeria was mainly dominated by men. A female child was seen as incapable and unfit for education. My mother, Janet Obasoge, told me stories of how all members of the family worked on the farm to sponsor our elderly brother. Edward Esibaba, so he can go to school. Up to the university level. Uncle Edward was not the only one, Uncle Edward was the only graduate in the family. So, my mother and my siblings managed to complete Standard 6. Which is equivalent to primary 6 or grade 6. Due to the university Esibaba, in modern times, my mother told us it was due to untiring effort of my father, Philip, that she was sent to school at all. Her father insisted that she must at least attend the lowest level of education. In 1940, in 1940s, when Benin was still under the colonial rule, when Benin was still under the colonial rule, a lot of females did not have the privilege of attending school at all. While my mother's eldest brother, Edward, was sent to be one of the best universities in the country. Edward, my sisters were subjected to back-breaking work to make sure Edward's school expenses are paid. Anytime he visited during holiday, my mother and her sisters were subjected to back-breaking work on the farm to pay for Edward's expenses. Anytime he visited during holiday, family members treated him like a semi-king. Education was held as a very prestigious achievement in that part of West Africa. The education system introduced by the European colonizer became the yardstick of measuring hierarchy and success in our family and society. Chapter 15. Check your understanding. Have the traditions of the Benin people shape the life experience of a Dede Agwado? Name and explain the trend in Benin in the early 19th century that led to the exclusion of women from acquiring a Midwestern education. Edede Obasogie to reincarnate and obtain a Western education. As already noted, Western education is one of the most accepted alien culture by my family right from the colonial era until today. However, Christian religion, unlike education, was not fully accepted and embraced by our family. And I was fortunate to grow up and miss my 3 grandparents. My paternal grandfather was not alive when I was born. My paternal grandmother, Ogowe Ebuwa, also known as Edede Obasogie, was a very smart, disputatious person. From time to time, she would majestically walk around the vicinity of our house for inspection and would immediately cheat anyone around who violated her strict moral rules. In the rules, as a typical freeborn indigene of Benin, she had the Benin body markings, which were in the form of her name, on her right hand, She was very urban and she grew up in Benin. And she had contact with some middle class people there. She also gained fame and acquired properties for her children. Edede Obasoge lived a popular life. I can hear. Lived a popular life. Lived a purposeful life. But she literally claimed that she was lacking things on earth. Let me go first. Although, firstly, she had no child of her own. Secondly, she had no child of her own, although she raised many female grandchildren, upon whom she showered with love. She complained of not receiving love in return for them. Secondly, before she sojourned to the land of her ancestors, in 2003, she solemnly promised to reincarnate back to earth and attain the highest level of Western education, which the system did not permit her to quarrel. Edede Obasoge was a staunch supporter of female education. On several occasions, she let it known that if modern education was popular and accessible, if modern education was popular and accessible, she would to females during her young age, she would have reached for the stars. Each time my father spoke in English while resolving conflicts or arguments in the house, my grandmother would insist that the comments be translated to her in the Edo language. On demand was her ambition. She tenaciously believed tenaciously believe, just as those in the olden days did, that the Benin people outside the territory was untouchable. Shadrach. Due to the level of power and military might of the king in the colonial era, the Benin people were exposed to Western doctrine and civilization. How do I connect? They were exposed to Western doctrine and civilization. As a result of overwhelming influence of Europeans in the Benin Kingdom. Edede Obasogie and all the women in my family who were born in the early 20th century did not attend Western style school. Plug this thing to it. Plug your earpod to phone. The patriarchal principle embedded in Western education and the existing gender inequality in Benin conspires to exclude her from acquiring the Western education she earnestly yearned for. Although she promised to reincarnate to fulfill her academic dream on earth. Then, obviously, the same system that marginalized my grandmother from achieving the Western education she wanted of her dreams also affected me. When I was growing up, my experience might be slightly different from that of my grandmother. But the point is, no matter the level or shape of the gender exclusion, it is rooted in the patriarchal system. The Benin Kingdom, an ancient city of a male ethos, Naked Drums and Other Poems by Goodluck Osama Obede. ISBN 978 ISBN 978 978 992 0488. Naked Drums. Why traveling to south? Why traveling to south? Why traveling to the south to gaze? Naked drums. Why traveling to the south to graze? When you have excess lands in north for overgraze. Probably to set our beautiful soul ablaze. Mentally deranged and obsessed like rays. In ruin, our strength crippled and frazzled. Our hollow gentle breeze bungled. Our smooth ecstasy, cramped and smuggled. Antelope shed tears for its skin bamboos. The discordant sound of the drum is buried. Its clothed lyrics fades away in bizarre. We wanted a revolution, but we didn't care. In resentment, leaders stoned our nightmare. Crescendos of the goggling bongo drum glued our imagination like evoke sick gum. Wondering why heathers carry AK-47. To set us ablaze. To set us ablaze. It's not working. It's not working. Jesus. With emotional heartburn. The vicious masquerade unveil its marks with unfulfilled lamentations. Of silent tax. Yet in empathy, denying of its royal bags. Who will save our soul? In rhetoric we ask. When the corny land blossom again, when the swords clamor for it to rain, when money spenders beg to gain, as if we paint our soul for blind bargain. Tears becloud our eyes. Tears becloud writers of our nation blobs, inviting unpleasant squalling in superb. Seeking drag in merriment like sob. Yet our cry mocks their ears like sob. Broken dimples raging with peppery smoke. Like crocodile bodies full of sheer stroke. We rolled with our deflated now we are handcuffed, stranded and broke. We cannot afford to buy a bottle of Mare Coke. Like poisonous desert death other. We rolled with our deflated stomach other. They dismantled the wooden lather. Hungry masquerades. That cannot dance. You call a thief. You call a thief without a deep glance, inviting the help of an age ambulance, doing justice to dead bodies like a freelance. What will you call uncircumcised politicians and nefarious uncivilized who deflower their fatherland like Arabians, can grape our sisters in sea Mediterraneans? They connive with some northern elders, giving guns and cannons to blind herders. Absolutely worse than Niger Delta's Avengers, devouring fruit of our land like scavengers. Drum beats dazzles our barefoot dancers, with their heavy chest like bouncers. Huge horror pointed in our emotional rivers, as if we brought in credit corona fever. Herders destroy crops in our cherished acres, with unrelenting killings and massacre. Communal health lobbied Gruby with Lukara with their old devilish mind like cyber hacker, toying and spawning of endless yarn, ugly passion frozen to a harmless arm, like prisoner waiting for tasteless yam. Ridicule threatening our future and entitlement. Mama Africa. When I was a child, she would sit by my side, When I cry aloud, amend with fray around. She's flexible and resilient, capable and lenient. She's absolutely bold with a pure heart of gold. Her bottles are heavy. Singing optimistic song of a better day. Wiggling her waist like a rain, all for the sake of her children. She preferred to rather die in pretense than divorce her husband in recess. Her tears has become her meat, hooting like a drumbeat. Her hands glued to her breast in prayer, directing her offspring like a key player. She sacrifices all for her child first, praying for death to call her. Her pointed breast now trek on the floor. All for the existing shared bond. Tears marks and cloud your feelings, all day in protection of your offspring. She sings song of Cold War daily, with her heart head on her hand daily. You will be my mother even in the rain, dedicated to all kind-hearted mothers. Land of blurry pictures. Higgity piggity hula baloo. Everything in a state of pitiable abysmal. All in the land of my births. We are blurring pictures. Clips and cloak our memories. Land of blurry pictures, everything is a stage of Ozigi Zigi Zaga. We are masquerade. When masquerade unfolds its marks and smuggle the part of a stranger, all for the stomach mathematics. Yesterday buried. Like play. Yesterday has died a natural death. Buried by today in possession. Who we bury tomorrow? When the voice of a preacher is gone. In their country, Everything is bizarre. Freedom of speech is guaranteed. But freedom after speech is not guaranteed. They will boggle you in your burglary. In their country, ant thieves go to jail. Without a noise. Elephant thieves get award. Like Notorious Evans being celebrated impunity. In their country, chicken lap is the bourgeoisie and the bone for the proletariat. Money looting and laundering is a song for the political generals. For those who clamor for disintegration, I will not support you. Will those attitudes fade away overnight? With the porous attitude be raptured? Naked masquerade. This was of fitty marbles. We purge your squeezed flesh like a leaf trembling in the night. Slowly, the preacher paused. The volume of the microphone mute, building empty fabrics of the seats. Slowly, crucifying the masquerade with fading and blurry memories. A masquerade that cannot dance to the rhythm of a mystic drum. To the rhythm of a mystic drum you call a thief. Preacher heave a sign. Move gently, subtle, and pocket the offertory. Gently the weaver bird lifts his beak. And purple tears ripple my cheek. Struggling like a day-old chick, struggling to peg it on her feet. What will you call an imposter who wears the marks in pretense for broad day robbery? I ask people break the depth of fragments. What will you call the politicians who looted our treasure? All for ghost elephants. willing to die on the throne for looting. Who will you call true callers? Of wrong identities and detectives protecting. Who will you call the honorable? Cyber criminals are done. Who divert palliatives meant for the vulnerable in disguise of their natives. Self-centered conformity, flood of ingenuity, hold of impunity, negating the nitty-gritty, disputing a frustrated bricklayer, laying bricks in wrong layers, like the home goal of a confused player. Depicting a frustrated bricklayers, all in the name of money prayers. The face of the ugly preacher, furiously blunt in shame, nostalgia feeling plastered our eyes with uncontrollable fire burning our eyes. Solid rain. Preach well, Mr. Preacher. The rain will not close its yawn. The liquid sun and lofty fire will lose its hotness to ruin. The whistle no longer obey referee. The edge of the earth is broken. Retired voice disappears at once. The ears of sinners, heavy to its roots. Our Maker will sit on the soft but rocky throne, delivering judgment. Your sin will make you look like a candle in the wind. We are siblings of the same feather flesh, glued together like the tire and tube of a bicycle, clipping and cloaking each other like the companion of an onion. But sin now stands as a bespoke which is in the middle of man, between the orb and bicycle, the orb and wheels of a bicycle. Beautiful but ugly sin. Make us look like the moon and stars, which are soul sisters, but never see each other. Soon, the mystic will blow, the wind will blow. Its vuvuzela sounding ghost. Many we know their heart is on their hand, gnashing their teeth with them. Tears as their fried rice and salad. Your worthy Father on earth might become a prey before the horizon. Your mortal bodies will no longer live by cream, but realm of worship. Your precious gold will be worthless. The sucking child will no longer recognize the bitter-sweet yogurt of her mother fruitless balloon. And I know, or thank God I made it. Find out why. Nation in error. Find out why we cannot fly. Nation's nursery is toffee. The smell of a rat, a saint, a drum, only for the deaf. Corrupt fighters of corruption. Immunity fragments of impunity. All in a sick society. Nation mortgage like mortuary. Dead bodies begging for breath. Frozen tears marks our eyes. How did we get here? Our resources only for the rich. Our electricity only for Aso Rock. Our law only for the poor. Cyber fraudsters want freedom. Pastors neglect salvation for tithes and offering. Uniformed men harassing citizens. Protesters betraying struggles. Masses accusing politicians. Politicians blame on past leaders for pocket's sake. Father betraying son for stipend, calling for resignation. A leader whose presence depicts absolute absence. Are we ready for revolution yet? Let's reform and refine our mind, and our nation will be well. Pigeons refuse to fly. Incapabilities like liability. These are our nation's ability. The wings of an eagle, battered. The hope of our eaglet, shattered. How will the pigeon fly, our fallen heroes? The fitting hand of our leaders, weak like INEC card readers. When our green grass has turned to broken glass. When the blood of Sarowiwa and flaming journalist Delegiwa keep spilling hot tears at noon, like the core of the river Non. Innocent soul in vanquish, as spirit fails to vanish. Seasoned joy of desperation, with foreign heart of expression, melting our liquid marble. Emotions with unfathomable. Our pigeon derive pleasures with utmost pleasure. In singing dry like a bird, for our leaders who are bad. Ode, inspiration. Ode to my black mother. My fearful but determined soul, soaked in fury and speak in parables. Your exit is almost a decade, but your thought has not decayed. Truly, sunrise after sunset, but the vacuum is left uncovered. Like a madman chasing the wind, my mind fly around without a choice. Blighted with the flowers, tears of yesterday, my litmus paper is shrouded in anguish, all for my living mother, who planted seed without harvesting. Who labored vehemently till her labor and her journey to the grave. A pillar whose yawn was gaps without a word. And the grave Mary in her stead, leaving our eyes with frozen tears. We won't say you labored for nothing, because your offspring have sprung up like the biblical mustard seed and grown too tall to be withered. Like the Mount Kilimanjaro of Tanzania, your fading memory is unshakable. A poem of melancholy for my late mother, Miss Regina Usomo Ugbedi, who could not wait for the season of harvest before her death. Prostitute, ostensibly she tried to bridge our offense with a fence of ridges, hoping she would be justified. But yet she was reported, incurable bruises upon her head, marks with grievous wounds, broken acid poured upon her private part in public, griddle and trembling in fear, like a coronavirus in China. Why condemn her immunity when all your arts are glued with impurities? Prostitute? Not a harlot in aloud chamber, begging for sex in exchange of payment, but vote buying by politicians, overtaxation by government, money extortion by clergymen, extorting cyber criminals by detectives. Madman, looking idiotic and ludicrous, attitude smell and ridiculous. Elderly man, completely bare and naked, with a rod in between the legs dangling. He dabbles and wiggles his waist like a wren dancing with his waists. Considering not the beautiful princesses, which ridiculous with a rod of fruitfulness, exercise boldness with full-heartedness, consistent display of wickedness, looking frivolously adept, crowded and shielded with inept, aberrantly tattered, unkept all day, like a restaurant not swept every day, palpable but laughable, reachable but not able, sees black and calls it white at dawn. His big mouth fills with a yawn, ranting and rotating like an ant after being sentenced by ignorance. Spoiling hand of pride, like a groom without a bride. As spoke glue, the wheels of a bicycle. Oppressors lock his thinking cycle. Wandering like a lonely wanderer. Wandering like a hungry bricklayer. Think voice of opera like ego. Chasing the empty weed with ego. Though highly educated and caged. In spite of fame, he was caged. He wasted years of existence, all ruined for lack of intelligence. You are a madman if you don't know your rights as a man. Servitude. Emotions kept in solitude. Truth mortgaged like servitude. Rebellious character being rewarded. Lawbreakers applauded. Christians can't correct their pastors. Muslims can't correct their imam. Civil society group can't correct government. The common man can't correct the wedding. Wife can't correct their husband. Children can't correct their parents. Bamboozled fear to the doom of our native. With our memories blindfolded like fugitives. That was how we mothered our sleep and allowed slave trade for free. Democracy on trial. Who bamboozled democracy? Who killed democracy? The blood of our heroes past has become the juice of our children. Democracy has turned a mere name. Without action, like weak water leaf. Sacrilegious emblem, all season, without sympathy, without empathy, democracy has become an orphan, uncared for, maltreated, and exploited, like custard slave, flogged, dehumanized, and isolated, like social media errats, misused, dumped, and disowned. Where are the leaders? Who are the writers of this masked intruder? Where are the writers who broke a painful mere hunger strike? Where are the brothers of Kensarowiwa in Niger Delta? Where are the clergymen who shuns the Simon of salvation for tithe and offering only? Where are the police officers who neglected armed robbers for the peanuts of Yahoo boys only? Where are the EFCC who neglected their party affiliate politician, who looted our treasury and go for only the criminals in the opposition party. Where are those who gave license to BEDC without retrieving it when they are failed? Where are the soothsayer whose feedy tongues lure us? Where are the slay queens whose pointed breasts remote control the brain of some of our leaders? Where are the military men who oppresses the civilian to dust? Where are those leaders who has refused to tell Nigerians how much they recovered from the loot so far? Where are the lecturers who gave A for an F after accepting money? Where is Lady Justice? Who unfold their eyes at dawn? Where are the monarchs who favored only the others in council and neglected their subordinates? Where are the electorates who sold their votes for mere peanuts? Where we all raped and killed democracy? Who will help our land? The human rights tend to fight. Some get peanuts and betray struggles. The clergyman tend to fight. He received huge tithes and offering and turn another page of prosperity Simon. The government tend to fight. For you, he remembers he hasn't responded to the call of political grandfathers. Corruption crippled our country, crippled our economy. Who then will save democracy? In my country, we are too religious, claim to be too spiritual, often more Catholic than a pope, all in pretense, marrying immunity, thereby generating unnecessary litmus hits. Our problem is not just prayer, doing what is like trained table tennis player. Above all, leadership, fellowship, followership wreck our vital ship, making us look like trees with broken branches. Emotion and theft, ugly and beautiful. The words for you in full. Your beauty reflects like gold outside, but ugly like the vulture inside. You stole my bendable heart away, and I am kept under your sway. Your ferocious smile is as dark as the biblical illusion of the dark ark. Your filthy tongue of deceit and smiles scares away harm flies. In anguish and sympathy, I am kept in the muse of your empathy. Yet, you stood tall, gazing into space, like a madman, grabbing empty space. Your rare smile is full of torment, but curement in a moment. Though there is evil in you, but man's story is not complete without you. Go away like the naked rain and blossom again, like the rose flower with its usual shower. Modern ritual. Give us our panties, the persistent songs of their innocent counterparts. The struggle to regain balance, like skeletal figures dressed in rags, with their perfume of sacrilege. The emotions is left uncovered, like placenta is kept unburied, shedding innocent blood. Flooded tears marks our eyes, even with our country's name movement. Yet, their mother joy is joyous, like prostitutes begging for sex, destitutes begging for harbor. They run after human parts. Yes, the seedling of yesterday wants to ride big horses. When Papa Bicycle is kept in apathy, quick morning without re-hustling, and here we are, quick madness and early grave, all in an assumed city of fertility, where the blood of the citizen has turned the water of the inhabitants, human flesh, turned loaf of bread, a big hole in the heart, all in quest for quick money. They say, neglecting the consequences, pure evil. I wonder and ponder like a madman chasing the wind, seeing your wicked teeth as white as snow, but your heart is as dark as the shadow that grows at night. Your fair complexion, a reflection of deceit. If we are the same platoon, I won't dance to the rhythm of your tone. My mouth forbid the filthy water of your cute but ugly lips, because your good morning at dawn is good morning at night. Snake of deceit. At once like a trance, my tears rippled and sparkled like whirlwind dancing in the sea. Melodies of lullabies, Thorn's nemesis of elegy. Few months after the rat invasion in our house, on the rock, snake turned Dasuki overnight, vanishing 36 million in broad day. Flimsy excuses and rickety behavior by the leaders here and there, giving panicking hope in hopelessness. Giving hope in hopelessness. Wounded, bruised, and bamboozled by deceit, day and night, giving the country bad glory, impunity, our trigger fish, mood, dead in vain, and return a timid lion in the forest. Our heart tinkled in the twinkle of an eye. Impunity is the nitty-gritty of livelihood in our society. Aya killer. Running hither-skither with an empty hand, like a commoner in a strange land. Pandemic. All hope shattered, with running highs, looking tattered. Our common enemies is sympathy, turns our friends in empathy. We are united against the higher killers, who have turned us to lower beggars. Danger of blood shed by thee has found his way out of play. Precautions has turned a new song, louder than our communal gong. Community, economy dazzle in darkness, without considering our kindness. Under the cashew tree. Do you still remember? If I caught you in a cashew tree, memories like lilies, dropping sweet smell. Love is not a game, but we play to gain. Your love is fragments with the alluring beauty you wore. My ear could no longer hear the jungle brand of Okuno. Your golden smile glided me, and my heart has turned the litmus paper. Your ears are pestered by my lines, yet it's just the beginning. My love for you has grown tall, like the biblical mustard seed. The cashew tree we met long ago has given birth to heroes. Here you are contemplating and dribbling my mind away, as if Simbi will not become a woman someday. The cashew tree will not forgive us if the story continues. The second comment. Dusk to dawn, our heart fiddle. and fidget in your puzzle. Scribbling our conscience, all for your second coming. Unfold and untie this helpless tie of bond, of age, called bondage. Place on our heartstring and spare me your long, heroic Simon. Prophet of doom, seeking for cocoyam leaves as tithe and seed. Evil. See my Bristol face, squeezed and wrinkled like a skeletal scarecrow, like dried leaf in a matin. My blind eyes can see the black cock in the dark. Give me your power bank. My power bank. Your mindset is to come and loot the food. To throw fingers, even in daylight. We weep for your sadistic and when corny aspiration. When we hear birds of your second coming, loud like a crying gong. Your blurring picture in the campaign poster reflects like an imposter. Depicting your robot and robot theme, your robot stamp nature. You came to slay treasuring like lavishing money or something, lavishing the bloody cash on make money. We looked at that and deceived. From geniuses, something about promises, he turned Jesus. When the tornado we will blow our hearts in gusts. Because you are elated. The monotony of your dark lips hit me. You have come again With your feet, away soap, and dirty mock water for ukodolo before your naked eyes. My unborn children play a struggle song for you. Will you wonder and ponder till you release on that? You inscribe in our vein health. Your children will not eat from the new yam you take. The devil, read my pound leaf, never again. Whereas your location is a heavenly mansion. A churchgoer who cannot control his own house. A leader who could not empower his followers, calling himself a leader. A landlord who begs his tenants for food. A classroom teacher who cannot go to control his class. An activist who could not confront the police. A prayer who could not speak the English within. A political party member even when the brown is broken. Calling himself party favor or the umbrella tall and tattered realities. If the age has not passed away, if the lion has not become weak, what if the lion has not come? If our president has not traveled for months? How could a mere rat have turned his office down? Who would have mocked our clergymen? Is our president If the age has not passed away, already finished sleeping. How would a male youth be called an elder? If the lion had not become a carcass, how would his back if some fake prophets have not come with their filthy hands? Who would you have the clergyman? If our youths were not asleep, if the king has not passed away, if the king has not passed away, who would have ruled his wife? If our youths were not asleep, who are the Fulani herdsmen to have murdered my brother? If my heart had not chosen fun, if my heart had not chosen you, how would your mere waist arouse my emotion? My bottled heart, the heart of a poet. The heart of a poet, heavily beats heavily, clothed with uncertainty. My love for you has my love for you has grown tall like the biblical mustard seed. Our mustard feeling for each other. Like a tetra and tube or poem. Glued to each other. Like the bolts and nuts. Or not. The vacuum of your smile created is huge. In memoriam, like love quote of Shakespeare. Fate. What will it be? No, my network is off. Journeys. Oh, beautiful Effie. You stole my heart just to play the puzzle. You promised to wait at the gates. Yes, you step out far. I wish I could cook. to clip and clock your hand like the wristwatch. I wish our eyes will exchange love passes. The vacuum your smile creates. I wish I'm able to feel it. Oh, come back, my love. What will be, will be. Journey's journey. Oh, beautiful Effie. You stole my heart in a way. Oh, just to play the puzzle in vain. You promised to wait at the gates. Yet your step is miles away. I wish I could walk away. I wish we could walk away like we spoke of we as a smooth. I will not forgive this dream. If you like, play the song and gong. Let's not forget the romantic day. If you like, play the gong and drum. And let it squeeze. Let it concerto and rhythm. I will not forget this romantic dream. A skyline, southern blue, motion. My heart quivers and dances anew. Look, loving quiver. Your flip on too. Okay. If you want to hook me, I have here. I got 2 summers. In the dream, it's pillow. In the dream, I was a Romeo. Pillow. In the dream, I was a Romeo, and you, my Juliet. I never hold a gun in my life, but it seems I shot the British today. We saw us last night. I will fight and protect you. Out of course. Once I read, after the wedding party are done, I pluck my working hands as I hold it firmly. My emotions, my Shakespearean quotes fade, as well as sonorous voice. Have you forgotten this? Hotel. Who cares? I wonder and pondered in thought. And so it was till 6 a.m. When she finally said, I want to take my bath and go to work. Yes. What a nightmare. In a bloody moon. My vote is not for sale. Even in Dazzling City, where the blood transcends to water, where ocean of pain floats. Through our fertile vein. Yes. Now that we need more votes. When we sneeze, you shockingly answer yes, sir. You too will dance at Babu dance. Before his election, if you like to call it selection. Sin. After the election, you threw us apart. You two will dance at the garden. Dance on your knee. But if you like, call it selection. We, the delegates, are wiser now. Night ash. Discussion. Sun dazzled. At night. Same night. Heavy rainfall marks the earth and my room turned river. The frog can no longer cry out. The frog can no longer cry out. The cricket turned deaf and dumb. My solace music. His companion turned and sleep. My eyes were traveled on my companion. Trending. Propaganda here and there. Education. Leaders celebrating. Pick up the cup. Pick up the cup of words. Pick up the cup of words from the grassroots. Pick up the cup of words from the grassroots. On it. Pick up the cup of words from the grassroots. Let us open the book again. Let us know what we are doing. This may be the last catch of night. Serious combos. The treasure kept in its pages has experienced a shipwreck. But who would read? The propaganda will come before the song at this point. Pick up the cup of love. If you like, let the giddy sound of your consent. If you like, the person sing with monstrous voice. I will dance in your home if you drill it. If you drill our oil and then get our reputation, pocket we don't come and sing. And I will not dance to your tune. On denied all promises. Finishing. I will not dance to your tune if you cannot take care of your own. And you spend every day outside. I will not dance to your tune. I will not dance to your tune. I will not dance to your tune if I will not dance to your tune if you preach change and you are yet to change. I will not dance to your tune if You are up on solving quadratic equation. I will not dance to your tune. I will not dance to your tune. If you say Niger Delta people, I bad. I will not dance to your tune. If you say hardship in Nigeria, yes. I will not dance to your tune. If we are going by something else, I will not dance to your tune. If you don't know what we want, I will not dance to your tune. Naked songs for ear. Farewell is not always well. Smuggling our precious pie without considering our time. We stood by you, yet you fell. We cried and prayed for you, but life faced you. But we prayed. Your humble gesture was a test of true moisture. So we'll say we like it. And the town crier is a setting like the funeral curtain. Death grabs the needle of ear, showing his smartness. I'm looking on the eggs on the bed. I will not look the dance to your tune. I will not dance to your tune. If I were a poor woman girl, I know you think about getting boosted on my high school. I will not dance to your tune. If you're a lecturer, and refuse to pass your female students just because they refuse to answer your call. Tired. I will not dance to your tune. If we are not doing it the right way, I will not dance to your tune. Farewell is not always well. We stood by you, yet you fall. He cried and prayed for you. But the life clock said it was you and death without signatories. But again, smuggling our precious pie was your humble gesture, was your test most sure. Your humble gesture was a test to your moisture. Energetic body into settle. The town crier can play the Congo, and the dance is own too. Protest of Urugu woman. We respected their sagacity and not the audacity. They killed our own, buried the whole blood. You now look tattered and unkept. Considering not your plan or grace. Considering not on our pumping breath. And when they come, they want us to play. And give them the dose of endless steel. Men with their sugar cane, laced with emotional line. Let them come home and sit down. Wars are not fought and conquered with ropes in between the legs, but determination. The woman of Orogo are wiser. If you consider the wicked part of its mosquito, you tear it apart. Go home, great mothers. Allow your husband be. The skyline of our hearts, garbed in scarlet. Life is not a game, but we play it to gain. If If weaver's bird can build nests with their beaks, I too can sing a song with my powerful pen. Obayewari the Great. In between the legs of Ioba you come. From the follicles of Edo, you sprouted out like a leaky bar of ego. At your squeeze and yawn, the giddy sound of the mystic wind dazzles the earth like a Ziza dancing Igbabo, nearly in motion. Yet, your iconic symbol of royalty beckons. Iyare, 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 to the Edo people and beyond. Your royal prowess is the integrity and virtue of Edo. The great king whose seasonal spits forms a mighty ocean. A mighty ocean and a breath invites hurricane. The king whose reign invites tranquility for a fertile land. At your cough, our mirrored myth of Mary freeze in our heart, quivers and soak Oriru. Obayewari the Great, you are the honor that clothes Edo Nuzomo. Oba ga talk Benin. Say, Ghana must go. Just yesterday, we drove them away, shouting Ghana must go, with our fathers spread apart, claiming giants of Africa without pity. Today, we have sold out. Our eyes glistering with tears. In our eyes, claiming giants without pity. The Ghanaians have stable economy, shouting Nigeria must go in recent time. Today, we have sold out. Our eyes glistening with tears. Ghana have stable electricity. Shouting and John must go in recent time have been us. Today we have soda. Our hands are glittering with tears. Blind leaders. I had new recently. As Nigerians celebrate, we'll keep walking. Just need to be awake. I heard recently. And Ghana's stable in the SEC. Could that be true? Yeah, it's. Yes, giant of corruption. Investing our resources abroad. For things that we could do for ourselves. And they want us to remain here and die of starvation like chickens. Obviously no way for the wayward child. The door to oversee will be shut against them until they repent from their evil ways. And the color of their choice. The villager. I wish we could go back to the village. Where we won't have to struggle. Where fresh money palm wine. Where greet our morning stomach. Back then, we celebrate cricket and yam season. I miss roasted yam during harvest. Yes, in the village, but city is better. With technology wiping away old memories. The return of Amazing by Asein Angel. The return of Amazing by Asein Angel. ISBN 978 978 020 5225. Chapter 1. A lorry arrived. A lorry arrived Chief Gabriel Okoro's compound at the crack of dawn and pulled up the front of the pillar of his magnificent mansion. Tailboard open, and some workers began to load some lorries with utensils, foodstuff, mattress, beds, and other household goods. Chief Okoro was going on vacation along with his family, or so he told his neighbors. But nobody knew exactly what was going on or when he would return. As Maria and Lucy exchanged some parting words, who gave a walk across to Chief Okoro. The two couples have been so when exactly are you heading to? Well, Okoro look around and whisper. Between the two of us, Agedo has given us one of his newly completed houses to stay in for now. We shall be there temporarily until I know what to do or where to go next. But you should be back in a week or two. I can't say for sure. It depends. He was sober. It seems I have made some silly mistakes, he said. I understand. This is a trying time for you and for everyone else. But rest, please. Everything will be alright. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I know you should be back in a week or two. I can't say for sure. It depends. Thank you. Keep an eye on the compound. Although my workers are still here. Okoro and his family are in a hurry to leave. They were breaking up fast. It was breaking up fast, and there seemed to be something in the air. That night, the lorry coughed twice and bleached out different smokes as the driver moved it into the driveway. The family walked over to their car with a brand new Mercedes-Benz V-Boots wagon. Evie sat with the driver in front. Evie sat with the driver at the front. While Chief and Maria took the back seat. Ekiwa was absent. With her mother's permission, she had gone to see Mrs. Obaze in the company of Frank the previous day, announcing return. Previously, but Maria has left a message for her. Lucy will explain everything to her when she gets there. Mr. Obaze, in the company of Frank, made sure that everything already was loaded. But Maria has left a message for her. See that handwriting on the table. So if you had a prank, what happened? You saw her? No. Then what? No condition is permanent. What are you talking about? Didn't you see it? It's on the table. See how you wonder about unimportant things. Was it written for you? She said with relief. Chief, wasn't sure anymore. Not even when he talked in the dark shadow of the refugee he sought. The clock, but at his enthusiastic morning ring, began to please the crowd ahead of him. He collapsed into the illusion that the nightmare would only be temporary. The motorboy waited until the lorry has moved. Yeah, with some acrobatic step, he leaped high and clutched the rope, hanging for the railing. And onlookers leap some of the routine, collect equipment. The driver cannot see from back. He realized he wasn't alone at the back. Someone was sitting away from him in the dark crown of the lorry near the big mattress. Oh, madam, your people for that fine motor for front. He was happy that at least there was somebody to shout with. He will not be too back on the lorry. And fit. Thank you, the boy replied. Oh, wow, why big until like you? They thank me. This year motto instead of V-boot. What must have caused the young lady to make the choice? I beg, hold that wood well. Make them not fall wrong way, Chicago. You cancel. Thank you, the boy said again, soft and friendly. My name is Lucky. I'm third. Trying to sustain the conversation. Oh, thanks. Mine is amazing. That's a fine name, ma. My sister name na amazing too. But she's still small. And she never fine like me. This way must be funny, she thought. She wished he knew who she was. Chiwokoko drove in silence and grinding